Ladies and gentlemen, sorry for the late start. This has been a very interesting and aggravating morning. I'm sure you guys know the feeling at some point or another. Let's talk to people. Hey.
I was wondering what that absence was in you when we first met. Now I know what it is. It's hunger. It's so intense I can barely feel you behind it. It's primal, and it feels old. An old hunger indeed.
It is a little old. Do you know anything about it?
You mean your curse? I know a little about it. Spirit legends only. Spirit eating is a curse that sometimes arises in Rashomon. A spirit eater walks the land, feeding on others to sustain its life.
So what happens to all the previous spirit eaters?
Hunted down, killed. Sometimes they simply vanish, never to be heard from again. They are enemies of this land, of the spirits. As you found with Oku, the spirit world will rise against this curse, trying to kill it or contain it before it does more harm. The curse of these spirit eaters is their hunger. It grows and grows, and if they can't feed, their own power is said to devour them.
That sounds fun.
I have never heard of one. Whatever this curse is, it runs deep and strong, and nothing known to me can cure it. You should seek out ones wiser than I.
All right. So how long has this been going on?
For as long as the spirits can remember, which for some of them is a very long time. Time is measured differently for beasts, and for deathless ones at that. But I will say that Oku remembered you, and that is a long time indeed.
No kidding.
Of course. Ask what you will, and I will do my best to answer.
By the way, good morning, more cowbell, vigilant, Corrales, Blackfowl. Tell me a little bit about yourself.
A little? There is so much to tell. And to think you'd only want to hear the smallest bit of it. I am insulted.
All right. Tell me a lot about yourself.
What? Do you think I am some sort of long-winded braggart? My, your charm spells seem to be failing one by one.
You're avoiding my question.
Oh. Well now, that is a different matter. I am Ganayev, Gan of Dreams. He who walks in the dreams of the people of Rashomon. Especially the passionate dreams of farmers' daughters.
Yes, you mentioned
I
that,
make
thanks.
deals with spirits, speak with the mountains and forests, and tell tales of old that bubble up from the brooks and streams of this land.
Congrats, Hector. I'm glad you had fun. Were you born here?
Now there's a tale. Actually, I was born from no mother or father, but from dream itself.
Right.
I was conceived as an idea, a stray thought that had to fend for itself in this harsh land. It made me strong, capable, and ruggedly handsome.
You were born from a dream.
Indeed, stepped fresh and whole from the sleeping minds of this great land, able to walk in and out of dreams at my whim and my will.
Uh-huh. You're a hag spawn.
Do I look like a hag spawn? Come now.
And do I look like a fool? I'll tell you what. Let's trade.
Perhaps you don't realize how rude you're being, casting questions back and forth like a child's toy. Am I supposed to believe for a moment that you actually care about the answer? Or is this a mindless interrogation, a gossip-seeking expedition? You want a straight answer? Yes, my mother was a hag. I knew nothing of my father. And even as I walk with you, I am alone.
I grew up in the Mare of the Dead Men. Where were you born?
Very well. I was born in a city that lies beneath water. Where this city is, I do not know. I see it sometimes in my dreams, but its location eludes me. As do the faces of my mother and my father, if they existed at all.
Yeah, but I still dislike my bosses, Django. By the way, good morning, Leander. Good morning, Platty. Yeah, I never knew my mother. And my father, he was a little more the guardian than an actual father.
Ah, an orphan. Intriguing. I shall raise you one better. I am an orphan as well. I do not know the fate of my father, but my mother, I believe her to be the one that cast me out. Ironic to give birth to me, then to feed me to the wilds of Rashumen. Not very motherly, but hags are not known for such kindnesses, I suppose.
So how did you survive?
The animals of the world took me in. The dead shepherded the living. It mattered not to them. I learned their speech, their greetings and farewells, the cries of the wild and the whimperings of those lost. To some it is a dirge. To me it is a symphony. And the strains are familiar ones that speak purer than any Rashemi word.
Yeah, by the way, you're probably wondering, lore, usually you talk about concepts as they come up. I'm going to save the discussion on hags for later, because it's going to come up later.
There are worse fates. And the more I spoke and bartered with the dead, the more the spirits would come to my aid. My powers grew, and so did the tales of my travels, until every farmer in this dreaming nation held a blade close to their bed, in case I should visit their daughters in the night.
So, did you ever try to find this underwater city?
No, because I dream of it. It is close, a place of night and flowing water through stones. I feel its presence sometimes, but I do not know if I ever truly wish to return. It cast me out once, and I do not think I would enjoy being treated the same way a second time.
Valid.
And I fear that my mother was not the ruling power there.
Very valid.
Oh, I can indeed tell you but a little, for little is all I knew of them. A human for a father, yes. A hag for a mother, yes. But who they were, that is not known to me.
I'm sorry.
Do you think I care? I do not. It is like water running through the streets of an empty city, uncaring, unheard, and unwelcome.
Right.
Of course. Ask what you will, and I will do my best to answer.
So, let's see. You look uneasy. Are you alright?
Uneasy? Perhaps a bit. For one who barters with spirits such as I, having you around is an uneasy thing, yes. It's like attempting to negotiate with a merchant, while having a merchant-devouring beast standing next to you. It makes things more difficult, or easier, depending on the conversation. Also, in our battle with Oku, something changed. There is a new depth to you, to your dreams, that has been awakened.
Well, yeah. Also, listen, it's not my fault that merchants are so tasty.
I am not certain of the cause of this, but where once your mind was a mirror, now you have an undertow that was not present before. A mirror to a flowing river, as it were. I think your dreams will be stronger, and that is interesting.
Alright.
Of course. Ask what you will, and I will do my best to answer.
Good morning, Sonoshi. So, what do you think of Sophia?
I do not know if Sophia speaks to herself, or if another Sophia, a small spirit, speaks to her. But it is a question only she can resolve. Perhaps it is her conscience that whispers to her. But red wizards are said to have that stripped from them at a young age. She is a thing of puzzle pieces, to be certain. And so finely decorated with tracings and tattoos. The best part of the red wizard's contribution to culture. Of course. Ask what you will, and I will do my best to answer.
What do you think of Oku?
Old Father Bear? Oku is a preening beast for certain. He was not always the garish colors you see there. In times past, his coat ran thick with the blood of enemies of other beast kings.
Uh-huh.
In touching the dream, by sleeping through the long winter of the Age of Faith, he has changed. The dream has touched him, and where once his coat was matted with blood, now color bleeds from it. Oku is an awkward, grumpy creature. But when you have his loyalty, even death itself may hesitate to come for you.
Okay.
Of course.
What do you think of...
What you will, I'll do my best to answer.
What do you think of Kalen?
There are those who have lazy dreams. Dreams that come to them only when their eyes are closed and the hearth fire enfolds them. And there are those whose dreams are an icy wind, a whip crack across their souls that visit them in the waking hours. These dreams drive their actions, drive them ever onwards until their dream is a reality.
By the way, just as a quick aside, the game spawns random spirits you can eat. And obviously that's for gameplay purposes, because otherwise, under the wrong circumstances, you would eventually die. But I point that out because there's been a spirit antelope just walking back and forth in the background. And I keep looking at it, and Getting awfully hungry.
It is good to fear those who are driven in such a way. With them the dream wind travels, and the whiplash extends its reach to all who believe in such a one. Our songbird. I think she will need the power of her voice in the days to come, and perhaps sooner than we all think.
Spirit venison. Sorry, Corrales. Although, Corrales, your spirit looks so scrumptious. Just a bite. Just one bite. Let's go and rest really quick. And it's nighttime. Woo. And good morning, Takoida, or whatever it is for you. Probably afternoon. Let's do Oku next.
We underestimated your might. A whole host of angry spirits were no match for your wrath.
Hi.
While I will honor my oath to help you, do not forget that other spirits may resent you for the pain you caused them.
Good morning, Rockhound. Of course I can. I could just have the one bundle box. Oh yeah, by the way, so it doesn't allow me to update emotes. So I had to actually delete Lore Shock. And then I have to wait for it to acknowledge that Lore Shock is deleted for me to re-upload Lore Shock. So it's going to be down for a bit, probably the whole day. My wrath is terrible. You might say it's the wrath of the Lich King.
Apologize? You should not apologize for defending yourself. Your hunger, if left unchecked, will consume every spirit of Rashomon. We felt we had no choice but to kill you.
I understand your reasons. Are we done fighting?
Our prior battles are behind us, forgotten. Do not let them taint your trust in me.
Okay.
Yes,
So, I'm sorry, what are you exactly?
I am a god of bears. What is there not to understand?
Well, if I'm being completely blunt, from my understanding of the cosmology and the nature of it, there isn't really a god of bears. To be clear, what he is closer to what I've referred to many times over in World of Warcraft as a Loa. In other words, a particularly powerful spiritual creature which happens to have garnered enough energy, worship, and veneration thanks to its portfolio to effectively be qualified as a stronger, elder entity. But to be clear, this guy is not what we usually qualify as a deity by Forgotten Realms terms. He is simply a higher tier spirit.
I jest, little one. You smell of distant lands. No doubt the spirits of Rashomon are a puzzle to you. In life, I was a bear of flesh and bone. In death, my bond with the land has called me back.
Interesting. Is your life different than before you died?
I am an echo of my former self. If you think I am strong now, you should have seen me in life. Now I wake but need no food. I dream but do not truly sleep. My hide does not itch. My legs never tire. The sensations of life are gone, replaced by the hum of unseen forces.
Interesting. I actually didn't realize bears lived on.
Not exactly, little one. I am not an undead beast, nor a restless soul of my dead self. I am an echo of what once was, sown from the energy of the land.
Wait, you're a nobody? Actually, he kind of is. So, you were a bear before you died?
I was no ordinary bear.
Sorry.
I was a descendant of the most ancient beasts, those that ran wild with the gods Bala, Maliki, and Lorerun. My clan was the strongest in these lands. We were lords of the hunt. We spoke the tongues of men and beast alike. 100 years and more have passed, and the spirits of my clan never joined me in the barrow. I often wonder where they have gone.
Yeah, it's fine. So,
Yes,
about your friend Nakata.
your hunger ended Nakata's existence. You have no right to speak her name, Spirit Eater.
I'm sorry. God, I think I liked Captain better. Jeez. Hello, Magic Eraser. I just wanted to apologize for her cessation.
Apologize. Your words will bring her back.
Well, I'm... Alright, name your punishment and I will accept it.
How tempting it is to tear penance from your flesh and avenge Nakata. But to punish you would be a waste. You are sincere in your apology. Thank you. If you are truly remorseful for your actions, you will strive to control your hunger and never again let it feed upon the spirits of the land.
That is the idea. After all, I think the wall's full enough right now, don't you think?
When spirits have nightmares, they are of you. You are a wandering void, one that all the spirits of Rashomon dread.
Okay, I understand how, from a structural perspective, the Spirit Eater really is significantly different from both Nihilus and the Exile. But if you just look at it from a surface level, you could see there's a lot of weird similarities between both of them, aren't there? Right? I mean, I'm not one to talk. I do the same kind of story beats tons of times in my stories. So, yeah, by the way, hi, Ateska. So, how did the curse find me?
The Spirit Eater feeds within and without. When it has extinguished the soul of its host, it finds a new form to inhabit. But I cannot say why its shadow fell upon you and not another.
Well, for love, obviously. So how do I end this stupid curse?
I do not know, little one. I would do anything to rid you and all of Rashomon of the Spirit Eater, but I have no answers.
The bear totally fits on the screen, Peter. What are you talking about? You know, it's funny you say that, Dakota, since I literally took Vampiric Feast as one of my epic spells. I just haven't used it all that often. One of the things you can say to him, and no, I'm not going to click it, is, I'm hungry. Can you summon a spirit for me? I can't explain in words how messed up it is that that's actually a dialogue option. It's like if I walked up to one of my viewers right now and say, hey, guys, I'm feeling a little peckish. Could you, like, drag one of your friends or family members in front of me so I can eat them alive in front of you? What? So how many other spirit eaters are there?
Others, do not be fooled by the countless bodies left in its wake. Only one Spirit Eater has ever walked this land, though it has worn many faces.
Yep, because there's only one hole. Tell me about the one who came before me, the one you promised to help?
The promise is etched in memory, though the details have slipped away in dreaming. I recall an old human battling me on a lake frozen over by the harshest of winters.
Oh, female, please, Ateska.
I remember falling in defeat, too beaten and broken to worry about death. I could feel him holding back his hunger as he proposed an alliance, to see that none would suffer from his hunger again.
Right. Well, that does sound horrible.
Yes,
Yeah, no kidding, Dakota. Is that it? That's it. Alright, we're good. Let's move apart a little bit. Try to fix the camera. Just a little. And...
Yes.
Yes?
You have need of me?
In fact, let's do this. Let's go over here.
The hunger within you grows. No wonder the Bear King was so zealous in hunting you down. I am curious. What is it like being a spirit eater of Rashemi legend?
I mean, I'm already a legend of the Sword Coast, so,
No, I'm trying to be inquisitive.
Ancient spirits tremble before me. What's not to like? I can also say, ask me later when I'm hungry. No, it feels like torture.
I only ask because I recall reading some of the Academy's texts on Rashemi spirit eaters. When you've read a lot about a legend on parchment, it's always fascinating to meet that legend in the flesh.
So what did they say about him?
Rashemi folklore is handed down by word of mouth. Very little of it is written down. Still, a few rumors were overheard by Thayan scholars and penned for curiosity's sake. So keep in mind, I'm hardly an expert on this topic. Did you have a specific question in mind?
Yeah. I think I've actually already talked to her about all these points. Sue, let's move
What's
on.
on your mind?
And instead, let's tell me about the Red Wizards.
The Red Wizards are some of the most talented, and some would argue ruthless, arcane practitioners in the realms.
I feel like I've already given my opinion on this one. But to be clear, imagine someone who's very high level and doesn't use it properly. Because that's basically the Red Wizards. And there's tons of examples of this in real life, usually with regards to wealth. But you know what I mean, right? Someone is like, I'm super good at such and such, but they never apply it properly.
Nearly every ruler and authority figure in Thay swears allegiance to the Red Wizards. We are usually judged as tyrants first, and mages second.
Because for all their skill, the Red Wizards are actually kind of pathetic in their own right. Although they kind of have to be, because if they weren't, well, they'd probably be a lot more powerful on the political stage. It's one of those weird situations. So, you look a little bit more like a scholar to me.
I am an instructor at the Academy of Shapers and Binders. I teach transmutive and transformative magic, my specialty. Most people assume that we're all disciples of one secretive school, but there are hundreds of academies.
Yep, lots of different schools. Well, I hope you enjoy the Magic Eraser whenever you get there. Hint, play a mage in the first game, play a melee in the second game. So what sort of magic do you study? Study?
We commit the whole of our lives to a single aspect of arcane magic. Those who wish to learn a little bit of everything lack the focus and discipline we demand. I find transformative magic fascinating. I work with spells that can add a spark of life to otherwise inanimate materials. Kaji is one of my earliest, and might I add, finest creations.
Absolutely. I'm way more useful than the others. I've only locked myself in a chest twice. This month.
The students of my academy mostly focus on the rather morbid arts of binding and altering souls.
I'm pretty sure, based on the fact that the curse is more or less deliberately targeted towards us, I don't want to give away too much of the plot. But yeah, no, I think that the main reason we are successful with the curse where most other people are not is because we are not just some random hillbilly who happened to get the curse. We were already very high level before we even got here, right? And we have... Not only do we have the power of being a high level, but we have the resources of being a high level. I mean, we've already been plane jaunting in this point already. We're going to be doing more plane jaunting later, I imagine most people didn't even have the possibility of looking into the actual source of the curse, whereas we are actually going to go and look into it. Now, you say, well, it's because our choice to indulge or resist. If I was the GM, I would not make it a save, if that makes any sense. I wouldn't do a dice roll for resisting or consuming. I would just instead make it, this is how the rules work. A pure role-playing concept, in other words. And the more you give in, the harder it gets, and the more you resist, the easier it gets. Which is funny, because if you're paying attention, there is no save. There is no dice roll when it comes to the actual curse in-game. You just choose. So even within the constructs of this video game, it is still a role-playing thing and not an actual gameplay thing. And that's why I say that. So my take on it is, we, the players, role-playing the characters we are, effectively choose how we give into this or don't. Whereas most previous people did the same thing. We only really hear about the one other person who resisted, but it has always been my headcanon that there have been others. But, going back to what I was referencing earlier, those others didn't have epic levels and access to epic resources and epic locations. So they could resist, but even if you resist, eventually you do die. Anyways, that's just my take on that. I don't know, is the truthfulness. Do all red wizards shave their heads and wear tattoos like you do?
Yes, though it is not a matter of fashion. Our tattoos are traditional symbols of arcane strength, and they are inked with magical enchantments that focus the bearer's will.
You know, you don't seem to fit the common perception of a red wizard.
You were kind to say that. I was fortunate to be raised by my mother and Master Jaffe. The two of them made certain that I grew up to be a magician, not a despot.
Interesting.
What would you like to know?
Everything.
What would you like to know?
I feel like we just talked about this. No, you're right, Leander. Ideals without power are useless. Funnily enough, I've always said the opposite is also true. Power without ideals are useless. You need to have both, right? You need to have the will, and you need to have the ability. Which I suppose sounds like a duh thing, but you'd be amazed how many people in fiction don't seem to understand that you need both sides of the coin to move forward. Anyways. I feel like I actually already talked about all these, so let's talk about the voices.
What of it? It is my business, and my business alone.
Right. I'm sorry. You don't want to talk about it, I understand.
I am something of an authority on being abrasive when I don't mean to be. I accept your apology. For a very, very long time, I thought the voices were a sign that my mind was peculiar at best and fatally unhinged at worst. And before you ask, no, the voices have never taken control of me or forced me into action.
I mean, it's kind of true. You can barely tell, can you? New shirt. New shirt today. Yeah, so what do the voices usually say?
Most often, gibberish. Fragments of words. Sentences so quiet they might as well be a mumble. Still, there is an occasional bit of guidance, dissuading me from foolish mistakes, or warning me when an unscrupulous classmate is trying to deceive me.
Yes, I am secretly Jahira, Platy. So what do you think's the cause for them?
I've tried every divining cantrip, every scrying spell in the Academy library, and they've told me nothing. The voices seem to be coming from both within and without.
Which is funny, because that's actually absolutely true. They are literally coming from within and without of her. Thank you for telling me about this.
Oh, well, usually people associate voices in one's head with raving lunacy. In other words, you're welcome.
So,
What would you like to know?
let's talk about the Spirit Eater.
Only rumors and legends, really.
I think we've
What in
actually already
particular did you
covered
want to know?
this. Yep, we have. Okay, so we're done talking to her. One more person to talk to, and then I swear we'll stop having all this juicy lore and characterization. I know you hate it when we just sit and have characterization in a game.
Are you all right?
I'm kind of worried, if I'm honest.
It concerns me as well. It is a terrible burden to carry.
It's okay. I can consume planers as well as I can spirits. That's actually true. In-game, obviously, we usually consume spirits, but due to the nature of the curse, we can actually consume basically anything. It's just we don't really know that yet.
When your spirit powers emerged against the bear god, I felt drawn to you, as if your hunger was testing my spirit as well. You need to learn more about this curse, and soon. I fear for you, for all of us, if your power grows further.
I mean, well, it makes perfect sense, doesn't it, Leander? Remember, high-level divination spells are basically pulling a deity. Deities do not know everything. It's one of those weird things. I've actually had to talk to a few GMs and players over the years. They're like, well, I cast this divine spell to scry this. And it's like, well, yes, but that doesn't tell you the absolute truth as, you know, as a concept. Instead, it tells you what your particular deity you're pinging is telling you is the truth. There's a big gap between those two things. Anyways, could you petition Ilmater to help me?
I do not know. Much of the curses of ancient Rashomon are difficult to heal, and your affliction is something new to me. Judging from your power, I do not think Ilmater could help beyond your symptoms. I feel that there is something larger at work here.
Well, that sucks.
Perhaps the witches of Rashomon might know more about this curse. I would advise seeking them out. I would only feed when necessary. To inflict your curse on others does not seem just.
Well, I'm glad you're liking it, Platty. And yeah, that would be this Thursday. We're going to go back and see the consequences of attacking an entire fortress by ourselves. This should be fun. But I'm glad you're liking it. There must be some balance I can achieve. Some way to control it, suppress it.
That is the most we can hope for at the moment, it seems. More knowledge of its origins should help. From there, we can establish a plan of attack to free you from this.
Yes, by consuming everything and everyone. Okay, fun fact. I've heard some people, I hate to skip ahead a little bit, but due to the nature of the curse, I have heard some people argue that it would never become a large-scale threat. And I've heard some people argue that, under the right circumstances, it would effectively eat the whole setting. What do you guys think? Personally, I'm in the former category. The curse is powerful and basically bypasses all boundaries, but its throughput is sufficiently limited. I mean, anyone who was actually trying to deliberately use the curse to eat everything would burn out and effectively self-consume before they actually got very far, you know? At least that's my take on it. And of course, there's the fact that the curse is an artificial construct. So... Now, what Django says is true. I was forgetting about the evil ending. That is a valid point. I've never actually seen the evil ending. I've only ever read about it. I'll be pulling up a YouTube for this, because there is no way in hell we're actually doing that. Oh my god. No. See, I think... The reason I bring this up is because one of the key things that we will be doing in this playthrough is trying to master the hunger to the point where we can control it to some extent or another. But the other thing... Okay, let me rephrase this. The hypothetical here, because I've heard people debate this, the hypothetical is that someone with sufficient control and power would be able to, rather than... So there's like, okay, let me do this visually. You eat something, so your hunger goes up. So you eat something, so your hunger goes up. So you eat something, so your hunger goes up. This is a fairly linear progression, right? The theory is that someone with sufficient will, motive, and power levels could keep doing this, but not hit the self-destructive line. Because most people, and this is what usually happens to a Spirit Eater curse, they get to the point where they're so hungry they can't eat again, and they just eat themselves. They die. The Spirit Eater moves on to another host, right? The theory then is someone who is able to control the hunger and direct the hunger far enough and quickly enough to continuously consume more, basically turning it from a linear progression into an exponential progression to stay ahead of the self-consuming, which would theoretically mean that effectively everything everywhere would be eaten, including deities, and then at the very last bit, the Spirit Eater themselves would also be consumed. So... Now, the other reason I kind of call on this is because, again, the curse is an artificial construct. It was made as a deliberate interaction with a thing that was built, right? To me, the idea... I don't know, I know that sounds weird, but to me, the idea that beings who have the ability to build and remove, the wall, would be able to remove the wall, which would remove the curse. Spoiler. So, that's why I'm kind of like, But those people basically... The argument is usually given to me is that someone would be able to do it so quickly, again, exponential increase, that they would consume basically everything before anyone had a chance to really do anything about it. Which would basically mean we now have a big empty space, and then Eo would look over and be like, ugh, really? And then AO would do whatever AO does. Would have to ask Mr. Greenwood about that. But the reason I've gotten into this debate many times with many friends is because the debate is usually not actually about whether the curse can do that or not, but whether it should. I know that sounds horrible, right? We should wipe out all life everywhere. But the theory was, if that was done, maybe there would be sufficient motive for AO to get rid of the Wall of the Faithless. Now, I know the Wall of the Faithless is not, well, it's connected, obviously. But moving on. Let's move on for right now. Let's keep talking to our good angel friend here. So, you're from the upper planes?
I come from the slopes of Celestia. My heritage is evidenced in my wings and my eyes.
Funnily enough, your eyes look completely normal to me, but I'm pretty sure that's actually a bug.
I noticed that. Your eyes are like mirrors, which makes them doubly pleasing to me. It allows me to admire my reflection without need for a looking glass.
I see.
I hope you can, with eyes like that. I'm a lot to take in at once, so feel free to study me at length if you must. I am used to such attention.
Oh my god. You might need to take a step back to look at Gan. His ego can fill a castle.
Such fire to your words, they burn me. Quick, get the priestess to fan me with her wings.
Are you making light of me?
I would never do such a thing. Although with eyes like yours, do you know what light is?
You are strange. There is much about your heritage that evidences in your behavior.
I am curious what this ebony-eyed creature of the slopes of Celestia sees in a humble hag spawn such as I. Pray, priestess, continue.
Very well. I see that your feet find the patterns of dirt and sand beneath them uncomfortable, as if you are used to stepping in dreams, not earth. You toss about words like a wind around you, in the hopes that their speed and flurry will deflect questions and prevent you from being seen for what you are. You are hurt, Ganiev of Dreams, and that pain drives you to hurt others, for you have been taught that that is the wheel that turns the world.
I think your faith has led you astray, and your eyes may not see as deeply as I may have thought. A shame, but no doubt my colors would blind you.
Spectra of color are something I know only from text, not from experience. My eyes do not perceive color as you do. There is only black, white, and little else.
Man, that explains so much.
Then you may find Oku easier on the eyes than the rest of us do.
So you're blind to colors?
My grandfather once said it was something my belief had chosen, not my blood. I would not call it blindness, but I see the world differently, yes. My eyes can perceive the spectrum of planes at times, even if the array of colors is lost on them.
So yeah, I've actually walked the Shadow Plane before.
Your journey marked you, and I sense an absence within you as if your heart was removed. Its pain has faded to be replaced with something new, an affliction seeping into the open wound. It is the curse I sense within you that has filled the wound, but it feels larger than the wound itself, and the wound is merely a door. I do not know if Ilmater's blessings will aid you, but the fact you bear such pain is a testament to your strength of will.
In what way, by the way, Rockhound? Gameplay, story, personal preference, plot relevance?
Of course.
Real quick, I just want to... Since she didn't talk about it, I thought she might bring it up. I just want to read to you the description. I've actually mentioned Celestia several times in this lore run, because in my mind, it's basically the most heaven-like of the various realms you can go to after you die. And I quote, "Celestia is the ultimate in law and good. All aspects of Celestia are beautiful and perfect. It's where souls of many creatures of lawful good alignment go to after death. Home to multiple celestial creatures, including various archons and petitioners, as well as multiple deities. As an outer plane, Celestia is spatially infinite and consisted of 7 infinite layers. The 7 layers form a colossal mountain that rises from an infinite sea of holy water at the bottommost layer to the summit at the topmost layer. Ascending the mountain is analogous to traveling through subsequently higher or deeper layers to the top. Each of the 7 layers contains at least one mountain or high structure rising into the sky, and most had entire mountain ranges. The barriers between the 7 layers are arranged such that entrances at the lowest geographical points and exits were highest, so a traveler from the astral plane would enter the first layer at the base of the mountain, actually in the surf of the ocean surrounding the mountain, and had to climb to the peak to reach the next layer, only to emerge at the nadir again. The sky of each layer has its own hue, which softly bathes everything in a gentle luminance. And I'm not going to read all of these for you, but like it starts off with Lunia, then we move up to Mercuria, up to Venya, then up to Solania, up to Mercian, Jovar, and Cronius, which is the very top. And is it going to tell me who's here? It's not going to tell me who's here, of course not. There we go. Okay, so Bahamut is here. I've referenced him a few times. Arvarine is here. Cerulean, Moradin. Torm is here on Mercuria. Tyr is in Lunia, the bottom tier. Yundala, which is the halfling deity, he's in Venya. And I think that's it as far as the ones who are here. So a quick and dirty Celestia thing there. So you are a follower of Ilmater, right?
That is correct. I am a sister of the Ilmatari, follower of Ilmater, the suffering god.
Oh my god.
We bring comfort to those in pain, and take the painful burdens of others unto ourselves.
So what brought you to that faith?
Many faiths seek to help those who suffer, but it is my feeling that only Ilmater approaches it justly. In Ilmater's teachings I find there is truth. Through his priests and his blessings we seek to help all who hurt. There is a freedom in such all-encompassing sacrifice, I find.
You speak as though you have been treated unjustly and without freedom.
It is difficult to express, and
damn
I
it.
am not certain I have the words. Suffice to say that I found the call of Ilmater's teaching stronger.
Right.
Of course.
See if we can get more influence with you so I can hear the rest of that. Can you tell me about your sisters?
They are brother and sister.
Brother and
Two of
sister.
4 of my siblings. We traveled together for some time, and Josu and Becca as well. We fought 5 as one, united in mind and spirit, and bore the name the Menagerie. Lions instead,
Oh my god. Hi, Trafin.
egg, crow, and dove. It seems they left the house of the Triad in search of me. I hope they will not be punished.
So real quick, some of you, and I'm actually curious how many were saying this, were like, hang on, what? Why weren't you mentioning Ilmater? Because Ilmater is actually also on Celestia. The truth is, Ilmater basically has his own little pocket section of Celestia, which is called the House of the Triad, which she actually just mentioned. So in other words, it's not that far of a distance to go from the rest of Celestia to Ilmater, or Ilmater, or Ilmater, or Ilmeter, whatever the hell his stupid name is. God! I can see why they call him the deity of suffering. I can't even say his stupid name right. Thank you, Trafin. Thank you very, very much, Trafin. And thank you very, very much, Frozen Hollow. I much appreciate your support. Frozen, what do you want to put that towards?
Yes, the Menagerie was forbidden to take up weapons again, at my grandfather's command.
Oh my god, DMC5. I'm going to have to remove DMC5 from that list, aren't I?
His throne is high on the slopes of Celestia, and his word carries much weight.
So why were you punished?
Our philosophy veered from the traditional teachings of the divas and angels.
Yeah, blah, blah, blah,
And
blah,
so
blah.
our paths were, of course.
So my influence is too low to get 2 bits of information from her. So what's the House of the Triad?
The House of the Triad is not a temple, nor is it a place upon the prime material plane. It is the name bestowed to the 3 great mountains circling Mount Celestia on the outer plains. The realms of Torm, Tyr, and Ilmater lie upon the crest of each mountain, and the triumvirate forms the House of the Triad. It is a place of great beauty, where the orchestrations of divas are carried on the wind and sun. But it is sealed to me, and never again shall I know its comfort.
But you're a priest of Ilmater.
The House of the Triad is closed to me, as is all of Celestia. Even Ilmater's realm, with its temple that embraces the sky. No creature there can feel pain, fatigue, or even exhaustion. One is renewed within its walls. There are times I miss it, I confess.
Bluff lie. How terrible for you. Isn't comfort against Ilmater's religion? That's actually wrong, as I myself have pointed out.
To comfort the suffering is at the heart of Ilmater's beliefs, and it extends to his disciples as well. I thank you for your sympathy. To show compassion for others brings one closer to my God, and those we seek to heal.
One other funny little fact about Ilmater. I've been talking many times over the last 2 weeks now about how the deities are basically aristocrats, functionally speaking. That each of them plays at politics with the other deities, and there's all sorts of a game of portfolios going on, and blah blah blah, right? Ilmater is one of the very few deities who never does that. In fact, I shouldn't say never, but I know of no instance where Ilmater actually got involved in a deity political dispute. He's just like, no, I'm good, thanks. And I mentioned that because most of the others have, including Tyr and other good aligned deities, as well as basically all the evil ones. Anyways.
Of course.
So,
Very well. Who did you wish to speak of?
So, what do you think of Sophia?
She hears a calling, but the voice that pulls at her is quieter than others, I think. She also bears the marks of the Red Wizards of Thay, but she shows mercy and tact, traits I thought were unknown among their sect. I would watch her, but more importantly, I would listen to her. There is something else speaking with her voice, whether she knows it or not.
Foreshadowing, jeez.
Very well. Who did you wish to speak of?
Gan.
Gan suffers, perhaps more than most. I am unclear as to why, but I suspect it has to do with his place in Rashomon, and the lack thereof. I am concerned that his suffering may bring evil upon us. His suffering feeds his impulsiveness, and undermines responsibility and loyalty to others.
I mean, he's pretty cool.
I did not mean to cast aspersions on our companion. Your sentiments are good, and more influential than you know. I will not say that Gan will not help us, only that his help is likely to be swifter when it benefits him as well. Do not underestimate your own abilities to sway him either. He watches your actions more carefully than he admits, and with your presence as an example, I think there is great potential for healing him.
Well, that is, as ever, the goal.
Very well. Who did you wish to speak of?
It's almost as if all these people have suffered torment.
He is an ancient spirit, one of the beast gods. I know too little of the culture of Rashomon to speak more. But in showing mercy, you have gained a powerful ally, and a loyal one.
Alright, let's move on. I guess we'll have to wait on the rest of that. Symbol. Oh, God, my hunger's already... Alright, let's move. Let's move. Eleni is a master stalker, it's true. Chapter 2. Technically, we were already in Chapter 2, but, whatever. Oku is this guy. He's weird. He kind of automatically levels, and he doesn't technically have... he's technically a fighter for the game's purposes, but all of his abilities are custom based on his thing. He's probably the strangest character gameplay-wise to join the party here. He's also lawful neutral, which is about right. You'll notice his stats, by the way. Strength 37. There's no cheats there. That's just his strength. Constitution 27. Int 9. Yeah, enough said on that one.
Yes.
Gan has a wisdom of 23, by the way, and a charisma of 15.
Yes?
Sophia has a charisma of 24. Constitution 20.
Yes.
She hasn't been leveled yet, but she's very high in int, and everything else is actually pretty average.
Come on, follow Kachi.
He has high dexterity.
You have need of me?
And I will never level Sophia. Okay, we gotta do a couple things. So... where... There it is. Let's go up, this way. Kaylin, Sophia, whatever, they're all the same thing. They all look the same, they all act the same. There's no difference between them whatsoever. God, I can't even say that with a straight face. I mean, Morrigan and Liliana are basically the same character, right? Please stop coming after me, you stupid spirit. I don't want to eat you. I really don't want to eat you, even though I am slowly suffering and dying right now. Okay, I remember running into this problem last time. There we go. We'll do that. We'll make it easy. Where am I? I'm completely turned around. Here we go. Okay, hey! No, that's not what I want. Where's... No. Then you take... You felt hunger? Then you should have taken a stone and crushed your skull at once. I swore an oath to another with this affliction, one who spared me his hunger and sought my help in ending the curse. And what more do you remember, God of Bears? His face, his name? Your memories have fled like birds in the storm. Do not insult my ally. Oh, I remember the prayers of the dockside girl before she donned her mask. I remember how she begged her spirits to make her pretty, so the sailors might whistle at her, might even pay her for her company. Lies! Shiva, these are lies. The monster has tainted Lord Oka's... Enough, Kazumilka. Lord Oka, we meant no offense. It is not our place to question the mind of a god. So at least tell me what this stupid thing is. Well, we don't actually know, and I'm just going to summarize because we don't know is their answer. The hunger will destroy you, you will starve, you will consume yourself. I don't know how you became it. I love this, by the way. How did I become the Spirit Eater? Perhaps you can answer that question best, monster. Did you anger our gods, defile our lands? Few punishments are truly undeserved. So she doesn't live in real life. I don't intend to devour anyone. Is there some kind of cure? Not really, but there's the Woodman, the living soul of the Ashenwood. He fought your kind and brought all of them low. So if he fought them, why would he agree to help me? He may not, for all your good intent. The Ashenwood lies several days upriver, north, and the winter snows have already begun to fall. I will send word to our shipwright, Vasil, that you will make a boat readily available for him. Look for him at the docks. Tell him I sent you. We have an outpost there. It's led by a witch named Dalenka, hard-bitten, distrustful of foreigners. Boy, that sounds familiar. I'm sorry. Sorry that anyone should suffer this curse. Foreigner or no. For the mercy you showed the bear god, I will barter whatever wisdom I can lend you. Okay, what about the dwarf woman? I've already released her, returned her to the theater. My sisters disagree with me on this, but I trust your good intent. Okay, well, let's go find the wood dude. Nom, nom, nom. So hungry. So hungry. Oku, consume. Nom, 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 nom. You know what's funny? I can't actually think of any good reason. Oh my god, Leander. I can't think of any good reason to embrace the curse unless you're either ignorant of it, which, I mean, they make it very clear very early how bad this curse is, or if you really do want to end all of reality. And I mean, there are some benefits to ending reality if you think about it. So, you know, it's not completely out of bounds. Okay, thank you for saving us. What? Thanks to all... Also, alas, our thanks are all we have to give, for a cruel-hearted dwarf hoards our meager profits and squanders our earnings on love potions to steal the heart of sweet Wallace. Honestly, my lord, it's like chasing a pack of dockside waifs with a broomstick. I'm glad you're safe. Were the wishes holding you prisoner? Only if sleep is a cage. An enchanted sleep with dreams of witches asking questions of Liena. They found naught beside grief. Liena was our white lady of the Vale, and not so easily forgotten. There's not one of us who didn't love that woman, but she'd been acting strange, it's true. And the blood, the ghastly droplets of red on her robe. Yeah, I don't have forgotten the blood. Damn it, Ao! No more than a few... How does eating undead work? Like, in context. That's basically absorbing a negative. I guess that makes sense. I'm basically adding back to the universe. Because, you know, math. No more than a few days before you saved our hides, Liena comes bursting from that shadow doors of hers, all covered in blood. Not a drop of it hers. And before that I saw the other woman hanging about, the red-robed lady, bald as a squealing babe. And both of them were up to some sort of mischief. That's all the red lady was good for, if you ask me. Right. Liena was in league with a Thayan? Wonder if she was from my academy. This might explain how Leanna was known to my mother. Her head was all covered in ruins, but she looked a good deal like Leanna. I thought them sisters when I first saw them together. I saw her twice. No, make it thrice. The first time was years ago. I woke to voices in Leanna's bedroom, so I peered inside thinking it was robbers. But instead I see a red-robed lady chatting away. I'm certain they knew I was watching. Scared me silly. Red robes mean naught but trouble, but Leanna trusted her, so I'll let the matter pass. I saw her a second time, perhaps a year ago, before the two of them disappeared. And the third time was just before the wizards came. I saw the red lady near the portal when Leanna came bursting out of her room, all covered in blood. Yeah, I think that was my blood. Your blood? And cutting you? Magda, what if we been harboring some mad vivisectionist? Pfft, Leanna was no monster. Lotharion, you know it as well. Sheltering the likes of us for 20 years and never an unkind word. A bit odd, but never a monster. So, here's the key to get in the room. Where's the secret room? I'll have to pass through the shadow door into the reflection. Well, okay, I can do that. Bye. You've been nothing but good fortune for us. You're welcome to rest here anytime you want. Translation. This is where you can actually put the party members who are not currently in your party. I see, Shadow Weave wouldn't be eating a negative. But, at the same time, eating the Shadow Weave might be a good thing. Since, you know, the less Shadow Weave there is, the better. And I mean that sincerely. Nice place, really. Lots of horrible death. And, incoming visitors. Containment. Disposal. Outgoing. Sophia, can you offer any insight into this thing? Yeah, the animated spirit in this creature is all but depleted. You could probably use your unique abilities to breathe life into it. Otherwise, you could reach in and extract its spirit core. Uh-huh. So, this is another interesting aspect of power over the curse. We can pour energy out in addition to pulling energy in, which is what we're going to do here. The creature stirs, avalanches of clay crumbling up from its ancient body, piling into its feet. The golem's voice rumbles within its chest. Visitors are waiting at the first door. Couriers. Couriers. Couriers, couriers, couriers. Couriers, words, mutters, couriers, unknown. The golem could only see the portals it's assigned to maintain. It was made to be blind to all the distractions. Its hearing, however, was left intact so it could receive spoken orders. Open the first door. This room is a nexus of portals. Yeah, I caught that, Kaelin. Thanks. I was not aware of this place, but someone has taken great pains to build the secret passageway amongst the planes. Be careful, at times portals can be used for disposing of unwanted visitors, and I sense some of these portals have been purposely sealed. Do you smell that? There's blood on the floor, and the trail leads to one of the portals. Da-na-na-na. Hi? You! We're trapped, my brothers, ensnared. Please, we did as we were told. We thought you were dead. Calm down. I have no reason to hurt you yet. I just want to talk. He doesn't know, brothers. He doesn't remember. Perhaps he never fully awoke during the journey. Forgive us, good master. We were poor slaves, shackled and bound to our white lady's will. We crept across the world, tracked the scent of your blade, watched you from the shadows in your keep, through your war and your umbral dark of Meridolaine. Our eyes were never far. So they'd been following us for a decent part of Neverwinter's 2 vanilla, waiting for a chance to grab us. It's kind of good. Oh my god, Vigilant. What are you, a vampire? It's kind of good that they didn't take us away earlier, because then we wouldn't have defeated the Shadow King, right? You should have come in peace. It might have helped you, freed you from your slavery. Oh, we're sorry. Surely you must see we are poor, stupid creatures, full of fear and secrets that must not come to light. When the rock smashed your bones, we saved you. Had we not borne you away to Leanna and her red twin, you would have ended like your comrades. His minions, more like. They followed him blindly to the death like chattel, like willing slaves. I do not pity them. Screw you, first of all. Second of all, I think you are willing slaves. I don't think you're sorry for kidnapping me. You're just afraid. Well, yeah, we are afraid of the Red Lady. No, you may have slain Leanna, but we know that her red twins, and she is stronger than you. No, she's not. But we are sorry. And we can tell you what happened when we brought you here. She took the silver blade from your hand and the silver shard from your chest, and she told us to bring you to the barrow, to lay you in that chamber. We dared not tarry in the cavern of ruins, good master. We feared what lay within, feared it even more than our white lady and her red twins together. Cavern of ruins, huh? Ancient, empty, hungering, we know not what it was. It reached out for us, but it did not want us. It wanted you. The two ladies must have known we would be untouched. They chose their couriers well. Our nature as well was well known to them, wasn't it, brothers? We were not always gargoyles. We went to the Red Lady in good faith long ago. In those days, we wore red robes, too. Faces we had, and freedom, too. Those she took to save our lives, to keep us from the horrors sent to hunt us down. A bargain struck, life and new faces in exchange for servitude. Very thay. For the crime of choosing the wrong teacher, they were hunted. For choosing the wrong side in a war they didn't realize was being fought. Very thay. Our tale is not for trade. Besides, this one wants to know our mistress's plans for him, but we were never privy to their schemes. But we know when the schemes took root, don't we? We know who planted the roots, seeds in their minds, and we will tell you if you leave us in peace. How do I know you won't lie to me? That's true. We do owe him, brothers, for carrying him from this land and for leaving him in the cavern of ruins. It was the 9 hags, the slumbering coven. Lyanna visited them, together with her red twin. And they heard the hags' counsel, and they returned with plans. The slumbering coven? The circle of hags is involved. Yes, the coven, they lair to the east along the shores of Lake Mulsantir, in the depths of a city half submerged beneath the water. Curious, I've dreamed of such a place. Yeah, we talked to you again, thanks. I'd like to accompany you to this city, if you'd have me. Yeah, the lank-haired shaman's a hag spawn, yes? Yeah, there's many of his kind in the sunken city, but few as pretty as him. So, what do we do with these 2 gargoyles? Because we have a few options here. But they basically boil down to be nice or don't be nice. What do you think, guys? Funnily enough, Vigilant, your idea of the blood tax thing is something I've heard people, do before. It's a fascinating concept, really. I'm not even sure, honestly, Dakota, but I mean, who cares, right? The consequences in our soul. I could coin it. That is why this thing is here. Hang on, let's try that again. That was a bad flip. There we go. Well, I know what the coin says. I just noticed the year on this coin. That's funny. Do you know what the coven told your mistresses? After a century as her slaves, Lyanna owes us. We want to tear her things and break her masks. Yes, give us Lyanna's corpse. Let us ransom her body to her red twin. Lyanna destroyed herself. Her body is nothing but ash. No, we need her corpse. The Red Lady loved her dear Lyanna. Well, she'll bargain with us and set us free. Stop whining, stupid little brother. He speaks the truth. Our white lady is a smear of ash, and we will always be thralls. But there's a lie amidst the truth, brothers. I think this one burned her. Let us have the satisfaction of his corpse instead. I was gonna be nice. The coin was positive. Well, alright. Vampiric Feast. Well, enjoy the death. They attacked me, okay? Let's make that very clear. I really was gonna let them go. The coin was heads. We were cool. I noticed that, Dakota. It makes sense, right? Which is funny because all the other spells do not have color here, as you can see. Here, I have a little more spirit. Tell me where the doors lead. Second door leads to a prison? Is there anything inside? What about the third door? Incineration. A conduit to the plane of fire. Now, that's one way to deal with trash disposal. Just have a portal that leads to the plane of fire. Alright, where's the fourth door? Leads to play... Okay, I'd like to open the second door, please.
The more you struggle...
Huh, an Msakari Golem. Interesting. Oh my god, Chongo, that's horrible! Like, I knew what the third door led to. It says disposal right there. And it's even kind of red, you can tell. But I didn't know you could trick them into going there. Ugh. Hey, Geludo. Also, here, have a little more spirit. Come over the doors lead. I'd like to open one of the doors. Shut up, spirit. Open the fourth door, please. Ah, and I can go to the barrow of the den guy. Okay, so we're cool, we're cool. We're getting a little low on health. I mean, ticks are bloodthirsty monsters, so, I mean, there's a degree of logic in presenting a literal bloodthirsty monster as a tick, right? Hey, Sigil. Welcome to the Hard on the Eyes place. I'm your host, Hard on the Eyes Runner. I think I actually had a Ring of Fire immunity. I don't think I do anymore. Whatever. Gan, what are you doing? I mean, I hate ticks. With a fiery passion. I have lived in 2 places in my life where I had to deal with ticks, and I will never do that again. Ever. Screw all of that. Now, funnily enough, if one of my players was like, Ring of Fire immunity, into the portal, I'd have to decide how much of their gear was also immune to fire. Like, their actual equipment might be, but what about the backpack they just have on their back, you know? Alright, so let's go ahead. Let's go this way first. Spirit Eater, please speak with me. I have a little time here, but your tribe can help me. I'm sorry, why do you have a little time here? Long have the witches that ruled Milcentir hunted the hill tribe. If they caught me here, I would share the fate of my parents. Why would you risk death to speak to me? I was sent by my grandsire, Headsman Ujuk. He wishes to share with you knowledge of your gift. Where's your tribe? Oh, they're in the wells of Lorerun. Okay, well, that's another quest for me. It's 3 quests now. Yeah, ticks are no. Ticks are no. I have a low tolerance of bugs in general. Ticks are at the very bottom of that list. And I've had to deal with cockroaches once. Cockroaches. They weren't mine. They were brought in by someone else. Feel the need to say that. I've dealt with cockroaches. I've dealt with grasshoppers. I've dealt with fleas. I've dealt with mosquitoes. So there's the Sunken City. And there's the wells. Let's go ahead and go there first. I mean, I always like intelligent use of magic in general, and especially planar magic. Too few settings and games actually do this. I know this place. I remember a pool, a gathering of beasts, water. The moisture in the air, it carries the scent of my clan. They are near. Can you hear them? Huh. A change has come over you, my friend. Something is not as it seems here. And when a cub was lost or a clan scattered, they knew to come here. The Forsaken were safe with the eyes of Lorerun upon them. Yeah, I hear them as well. They are lost. They are the cries of the confused. Be careful, old King Bear. I think you are the one in danger here. Do they live? I hear pain. My kin are here, hiding in the rocks. Something is wrong. We're going to investigate, but with caution. Caution is for prey. Come, we must go. I hear my name. Oku. God damn it, Oku.
I will lead now. Follow. Press the attack, quickly!
Hey, Paimon. I suppose that's true, Debigo. It's just, I think I'm kind of with Takoida. Like, the plane of fire is not just a fire, you know what I mean? It's a little bit more. I mean, I would probably rule that a ring of fire protection would be enough to traverse the plane of fire, like, temporarily. And the longer you're there, the worse it gets. Like, think of slowly increasing pressure on a bubble that you are inside of, you know? Just... and if you stay there too long... Have you come to spit on my generosity again, spawn of hags? I was a fool to offer you my roof and welcoming words. I expect nothing from the farmers of Rashomon except the fact that the fact and tone you show me now. Rest easy, I am not here to share a roof, nor will I ever again with such a reception. Expect no hospitality from me now or ever, dog. I offered you all this, and you took the stable and ran your sickly claws through my daughter's mind. So what's wrong with your... Is stable a metaphor, or... In this case, it is literal, and I prefer the term harbor, for my size and elegance is more of a ship than a horse. So what's wrong with your daughter? She speaks and mumbles half words ever since the visit of your hag spawn, lost to madness because of him. You think I bear the weight for that, you self-cheering fool of a farmer? Watch where your tongue takes you. I have done nothing to your daughter. If you blame me, I demand proof. If not, well, see her then. See how she whispers your name as if in your embraces, then tell me you haven't touched her mind and leave it in ruins. Alright, let's go save the farmer's daughter. I must sleep again. I'm coming to you, my love. My wove, my wove, my wove. My wove, my wove, my wove. Actually, that's not a bad way to put that, Paimon. I actually agree. Because, to use a Star Trek metaphor, in Star Trek, the shields of most ships, in the TNG era, are enough to keep you alive in, like, the corona of a star, but only for a brief period of time, because the heat and the pressure and the power is so sufficient that eventually those shields just collapse. And the instant those shields are gone, that's it. Like, the ship is destroyed within milliseconds. So that's a good way to showcase how I think of the plane of fire. I mean, all the planes are kind of hard to live in. All the elemental planes, I should say, are hard to live in. But I've always thought of fire as by far the most overtly damaging. Oh, Sir Ganyev made you mistaken me for royalty. I'm better than that. Ah, that tickles. What did you do? Curious, she does not even know I'm here. She's sleeping. How do we wake her? No, don't wake her. I have a suspicion about this young one, but I cannot be sure until she awakens of her own accord. We should rate a return here later. Right. Well, that's horrifying. I guess we'll go this way. But yeah, Earth... The elemental planes are actually fascinating in their own right. The Earth plane... I should probably level them. The Earth plane is basically one giant ball of rock, as you might imagine. But in addition to that, there's tunnels everywhere. The catch is ending up in one of those tunnels. And those tunnels are also moving and changing constantly based on the denizens they're in. Then there's the airplane, which is air everywhere. Now, you might be like, well, duh, but I want you to picture this. I want you to picture that all of a sudden you're in the air, and there is nothing below you. Ever. Water is obvious. I don't need to explain that one. That is horrifying, Paimon. I actually deliberately designed one of the elemental temples in Primus after the plane of air, actually. So, just if you'll forgive me for indulging for just a second, there was a giant lake, and you could walk out onto the water. And as you got to the center of the lake, there was basically a giant hole in the lake. And so you would fall into the hole, and in so doing, you would plummet. And you would fall forever if you chose to. But the thing is, it wasn't like... To explain this a little bit, the way it was designed is it wasn't like it was a giant tube of infiniteness. It was actually more of a finite tube. and everyone just had the constant sensation of falling as the wind is constantly being pulled up in this finite tube. So eventually you would fall into basically the same region as where everyone has settled. And there were people there, and there were stalls, and there were, petitioners. There was the core, of course, which is the core of every temple. And all sorts of stuff was basically built in this continuously falling state, because if everything is always falling, all that matters is its relation to everything else, because everything's falling at the same rate, right? And I loved that idea of a whole place that's basically continuously falling, but it's all falling next to each other, so it's all, the same as any other town. It's just you kind of direct yourself over to the right or left as you're plummeting. Anyways, I'm getting off topic. Welcome, Spirit Eater. I've watched for you. Headman Ujuk will be pleased. We've begun preparations for a feast. Your arrival will complete the feast. Follow me, please. So, we're being summoned here because she has a cure. And Oku is hearing the bones of his dead. This sounds like a great place to be. This is definitely not a trap. Ah, well. I'm sure it's perfectly wonderful. What is it? Something's not quite right with this man and his tribe. I feel as I know him. He's familiar. Yeah, I feel like I've met him before, but not the form he currently wears. Spirit Eater joins Hill Tribe for a feast, and Spirit Eater's brought an Ursine ally. What feast? There's no food here. Oh, the food is here, it just does not know it yet. Oh my god, no. Oku the Bear King once hunted and tried to eat me. I still bear the scars from Oku's teeth. I have hunted very many throughout my years. Very few have escaped my claws, and I remember them all. I don't remember you. Oku does not remember me because I conceal myself with the skin of my prey. Like the Spirit Eater, Hill Tribe wears different shapes. We do not feed in human form. Now, see the true form of the Hill Tribe. Dun, 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 wah, 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 wah. This, oh, sorry. Since we don't have the emote right now, I'll try to make do with this. These creatures are cloaking their true appearance. Be careful, they may have other deceptions cast. These are Ithraki. Clever disguises. I should have sensed them sooner. Tread carefully around these man-eating savages. Be careful, they may not be hostile, but they're always hungry. I know you now, Ujuk, you chattering ape. And I remember the taste of your blood. This time I'll have more than a taste, I think. Perhaps this time the gift will pass to me when the Spirit Eater dies. I suspect I killed the others too quickly before. I shall make this death linger. So this is the other aspect of the Spirit Eater curse we haven't really discussed yet. There are some beings out there who basically want the curse. And that's logical. It does grant them tremendous power. And if they were able to control it, they might be able to use it to their own effect. It is, however, also worth noting that most people, including us at this point in the game, do not actually understand the nature of the curse. And as a consequence, it is my opinion that most of the people who deliberately want the curse for themselves don't actually understand the curse. They just know that it gives them the power to eat spirits. And that's a thing that they want. So, tend to the younglings while the adults deal with the Spirit Eater. Yes, grandsire, save me a portion of the loins. I savor it so. Then they died. I'm not even cast spells at these guys. To be clear, of course, this is with knowledge of the curse. This is a power that allows you to cessate people, which, as I've explained before, is a very useful thing in a setting where death is cheap. So, yeah. You done wasting my time, you stupid things. So, now that they're dead, this pile of bones has the look of several types of creatures, all gnawed on by powerful built teeth. Some of them look human. So we're going to kill the mother here. Hello, Kelmorgan. So I'm going to go ahead and ask you in advance, should we spare these people, yes or no? Please spare the younglings, they have done no evil. Children should not be punished for the crimes of their parents. Blood ties are strong, and given we just slaughtered their parents, those children may grow to become like them in time. Slaying them now prevents greater evils from later, especially should they come looking for us. Spirit Eater, I beg you, do not devour us. Please don't eat us. Please. We just wanted to eat you. Huh. Oh my god, it tastes good. There is something appealing about it, isn't there, Pyman? It is better to exterminate future enemies when they are young and helpless. Yes. I don't have a scarf. I have like a towel. I could wear a towel. So I could be like... The coin says kill. And honestly, that is the right call here. But I really want influence with Kaelin. So I didn't even get influence with her. Oh, come on. Oh, whatever. I didn't get anything out of that. Ah, well. At least I didn't eat. That is a good thing. God, we're almost half empty in the bar now. We've already got our first buff. Yay. I don't know, honestly, Django. Last time I played this, I killed them, by the way. I do think that is the correct call here. Just to be as blunt as I can be. They are, not good things. Oh my god, what's with all the Elder Elementals? Here, have my Elder Elemental. If I could cast it. Hello? There we go. It's elemental on elemental action. I should have done that. I was so busy this morning. I meant to actually level Gan and Sophia, like, off camera, but I just didn't have time this morning. Oh, I didn't have time to do anything this morning. I mean, work-related, anyways. That's true. Eating other people is normal. Ah, look. Spirit of Hunger, we knew you. Hiding here amongst the crags, we heard your approach. Am I all that you imagined? Now that you face my hunger, surely you sense it as well. How it reaches out and craves your living souls. Madness grips the spirit of the wells, a fury born of betrayal. Your lumbering bear knows the tale, if he can remember it. Amidst such clamor, our dreams are drowned out. No witch can find us here, save by luck. Well, I have no quarrel with you. Those other witches, Whitefeld and the rest, did they tell you how your hunger moves from one mask to the next? If we slay you here, your hunger will pass to us. We can use the power against our cowering sisters. So this is the second group of people I fought in maybe 400 feet of each other that wants to kill me for my powers. So enjoy the death. Okay. Why are they barely even injured? What the hell, people? Am I the only one here who can actually kill things? I'm gonna die. I mean, that is true, Corrales. Even if we didn't have the curse, we're level 18 canonically. Probably 19 at this point. Hello? Oh, she has... Yeah, okay. Anyways, that's dealt with. Oh, I guess I should replenish my spells. No, I'm not going to, don't worry. I'll just eat people to replenish my spells. Oh, for God's sakes. Is this just that neck of woods? You know, while you do that, I'm going to level him up. Hang on. Why don't you have your weapon equipped? Gone. Or Gan, whatever your name is. Why don't you have your robe equipped? Put on your freaking robe. Jesus, people. Oh, I know, Corrales. We had to use that during the co-op run because the spirit bar is mega bugged when you do this game co-op. Noble Kuma, Venerable Motomo, shake off your dreams and look who has come, head hung low with shame. The danger I sensed before was not the maddening spirits of the crag, but these spirits be on your guard. It's Bragwin! Ancestors, do not claim us as kin. Our blood ran thin in your veins, and now it does not run at all. Oku, son of Koju, do you remember this place for what it was? Enough to understand the ruin you have made? You will address my ally with respect. I see that your head was not bowed in shame, but in obedience. Do all words for you come from his mouth instead of your own? Elders, I swore an oath. We know of your oath, my son. It led your race to ruin. Have you not looked at your kin? Have you not wondered where they've gone? Or does this monster who holds your leash not permit you such thoughts? Honored ancestors, if he has committed some crime, at least let him defend himself. You see, he is no monster. We will end this curse, and... Do you remember the fight on ice, grandson? Do you remember how you led your clan against the Eater of Spirits? The frozen lake, yes, I've dreamed of this. Those memories were strong in my mind when I laid down at the barrow to die. An entire clan of bears against a single guy. My grandson's wounds were deep, his spirit bled and faded. He should have come to the wells to die, Venerable Watomo, as our law commands! The queen of talking beasts would have judged his soul and freed him from his oath. But Oku chose his oath above our law. He brought the monster to our sacred barrow, to the chamber that was meant for him. Dreams are returning to me, little one. Perhaps it is the waters of the well drifting on the air. I remember how the Spirit Eater traced runes on the stone, the same runes you saw when you awoke. When he died and the hunger fled his corpse, it was trapped in the ruins. As long as it was trapped, the hunger could not pass to another. My grandson would have you think he made a noble sacrifice, but he knew he would doom his race. Our barrow is a sacred place, a wellspring of dreams. It was poisoned by that monster that was trapped within, and all our race went mad. They perished as wild, slavering brutes. Then you're saying Oku is a traitor! No, I'm just kidding. He had a good reason to do this. He was trying to end the curse. I need not explain my reasons to petty, vengeful ghosts. They lured me here, lying in wait, no better than mortal men in the skin of beasts. Oh, whatever your reasons, Oku, son of Koju, you must answer for the death of our race. So say all the elders. And what would you have done, out of curiosity? Allowed the curse to continue to devour? We would not. Look at them, Lord. They are old. Once they dreamed of wind and blood and sky. Now they chatter like apes, bickering over laws. No, my grandson is right. We have lingered too long without flesh or fur. Our minds are full of words, not dreams. Let Oku find peace in his own way, if he can. But do not look to us again, son of my son. Your decision doomed your race, and so your race is now lost to you, now and always. Farewell, grandfather. Wait, I was just gonna get a bite before they left. Ah, whatever. I am a mite peckish. Alright, here's the rule, guys. Every 15 minutes, one of you has to vote to sacrifice one of the viewers to me to be eaten. That actually sounds like a cool idea for a stream. Like a kind of interactive social exercise kind of thing. Damn it. Too many spells to pick. Let's go with that.
You have need of me?
The literal Hunger Games. Oh god, it does to Koida. Alright, listen. One of you gotta dies. Who's it gonna be? Yeah, Leander has this thing. That's why he keeps showing up in every game. For some reason. Sorry, give me just a moment. I just want all this crap to be sorted out a little bit here. Is that everything? Okay. Really, Platty? Well, unfortunately, Kel Morgan has already... Why are you guys so eager? Oh my goodness. That actually does sound like a cool idea for a stream, but I'd have to really think about how to actually implement that. I think that's everything here. We took them, we took them, we took them. We can't really do anything with the farm right now, to my knowledge. Let's get a quick save in. Yeah, apparently you guys are lemmings. Da 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 da. I used to play the hell out of Lemmings. I sucked at it, but I used to play the hell out of it. There's still nothing we can do here? Yeah, Brigwin, she was the first to fall. She began the hunger cycle. Consumed to feed... Well, actually, Shadowmourne, technically, but, you know, whatever. The fire... I mean, we could, Takoida. Alright, one of you needs to be sacrificed so that this attack crits and they don't counter before they die. Ah, thank you, Corellis. I remembered coming back here, but I don't remember when. So I suppose we'll just go to the Sunken City now. No, Magic Eraser. Although, I do like the idea of using the souls of others as a way to empower myself. Okay, that sounds like a joke, but actually I've always found that idea kind of fascinating. If you want a good example of that, the Zulaman trolls during the Imani story arc in World of Warcraft is an excellent example. They were literally sacrificing bodies to feed the Loa, and then they were sacrificing their souls to empower the priests of the Loa. Now, I mean, obviously that's kind of a temporary arrangement, but it was a good way to basically gain a lot of power for a short-term perspective. That's how the Imani were trying to rise back to prominence. Then they ran into us, which is lethal, actually. So, Sunken City, yeah, this... If this is the place I'm remembering, this is the one dungeon I don't care for in this area. Hey, look! There's just kraken tentacles just waving out there. That's cool. This place was once a major Imaskari city. There must be lost to history there. Assuming the hags haven't pillaged and defaced everything. This place reeks of evil and rot. I can smell rotting and corruption. And it isn't you, Spirit Eater. Oh, thanks. It is a stench of bloated corpses and twisted spirits. There's a city here beneath the ebb and flow of the waves. Perhaps the fall of night will grant us a bridge, though I fear what that brings us. We will not be the only petitioners at this gate. It's said one cannot go home again, but for me, this is the first time. I've walked to this place many times in my dreams. To be here in the waking world is a little unsettling. I am frightened, Lorerunner, and little else in the waking world has ever caused me such trepidation. But I shall persevere, do not worry. By blade and spell, I shall back you. I've only seen this place in dreams, so I am almost as much a stranger to its waters and ingress as you. But something tells me the nightfall will come with its own clues. Hintity hint hint, hint hint. Oh, God, Leander. Welcome to the middle of nowhere. If you come for fishing, you'll be sorely disappointed. Are you just worried about the competition? You must understand me. I simply meant if you cast your line, you'll not catch any fish. There are other things than fish that the hook can get caught on. There are things other than fish that can get this sentence. There are things other than fish that can get caught on hook or in a net. This particular place can yield many treasures to the patient. So what do you caught? Mostly bodies, bundles of wet clothes that once belonged to a body. Sometimes I haul in a vicious little creature, but, you know. Fentamy. You know, that's not a Rashimi name. That's derived from the language of genie kind. Your name means false face, doesn't it? How did you know that? I would never have remembered. Perhaps I should have chosen a cleverer name, but my little jest amused me. You are correct. It is not my true nature. I am a Dao. I have no interest in deceiving you. When visiting more primitive worlds, such as this, I typically like to adopt a form that will not alarm the indigenous habitants. Why are you really here? Mistrust is a tool for survival, but it's not I who happened upon your secret fishing ground. Did I just gain more influence with her? I did! What the hell? Well, I will respect your privacy, so long as your deception is harmless. Harmless deception? Quite the contradiction. Oh, we have something in common. We are both outsiders stepping in the backyard of the slumbering coven, but the doors are not open by day. I must go. This is not any place for the ignorant to linger after night falls. If you remain here, feel free to examine the fishing gear for anything relevant to what you were looking for. Farewell. We'll meet again in some form or another. Frickin' Dows. It's the bald head. Chicks love the bald head. Dao, it is apparently pronounced Dao, is a variation of genie. These are from the elemental plane of Earth, specifically. Usually running gem mining operations there or on the material plane. They appear as humanoids with bodies that have external characteristics that evoke an elemental nature. They actually look very cool. Although some varieties were capable of shapeshifting to another form, they formed their own distinctive societies in their native planes. Because they had powerful supernatural or magical abilities, genies were sometimes called upon or summoned by spellcasters to grant wishes or perform services for them. The individual varieties have differing attitudes towards humanoid races. These guys are... Let's see if it's going to take me here. That's right. Neutral evil. And in 3rd edition, it was always neutral evil. So... Hey, it's a journal. It's left by a fisherman that's been left exposed to... Yep, this is the place that drunk hag spawn told me about. Found 2 bodies to salvage just by walking the shore. I'm about to fish another one out of the water. Don't know which boat these sailors drowned off of and don't care. They went to their watery graves with their pockets full of gold. Strange fella came out of nowhere today. Some bloke by the name of Fentamy. Took an interest in my fishing and warned me not to stay here when it gets dark. Crazy talk, but I chased him off with a few choice insults. I was here first, so I gets the rights to salvage. Waited till morning and nothing, but then in the late afternoon, a pair of rich bodies bobbed up. Maybe the light towards dusk plays tricks on sailors and they clash into the ruins offshore. I never see the shipwrecks, but sometimes if I listen closely, I can hear some ungodly screams. Poor fools crying out for mercy from Umberly when she's got none. You'll see, Kel Morgan. Don't worry, I'm kind of holding on to it for a moment. News bodies washed ashore late this afternoon. Loaded with valuables, too. Some of them don't look much like sailors, but they're dead and loaded up all the same, so they could be floating up from the hells for all I care. Another week of this, I could retire to a nice place. Maybe the Sword Cursed. I hear Neverwinter's good. Hiding in a bush as I write this. Oh, Umberly, have mercy. I should have listened to the man fed to me and not stayed past dusk. I just got carried away and didn't notice the time. Some black, swirling, evil eye just appeared on the shore, and creatures emerged from it. Oh, God. If I survive the night, I'll pack up my fishing gear and never return. And he didn't. Because there he is. I'm just kidding. That might not be him. But one of these is him. Really? Do you have to? But yeah, air djinns, usually referred to as just djinns, D-J-I-N-N, are usually pretty cool, honestly. I've said that before. If you are respectful towards a djinn, they will generally be cordial back, and those encounters usually go well. Oh god, beetles! He's gonna want all my rupees. Someone get that, please. Okay, I think that's everything. Well, I guess we'll wait for night, in absence of anything else to do. Oh, you've made it here. I knew you didn't seem like the average beachcombing adventurer. Hi. I run one of the largest gem mining operations in the Great Dismal Delve, but our daily yield has been reduced to a sabotage by one of my rivals. To recover the profits, I need a heavy lifter, being of great strength and power, but easily controllable. That was a very colorful way of saying you seek a slave. Oku might serve your needs. No, I don't tolerate slavery. Nor do I, wretched spirit. I should liberate your head from your shoulders and free you from your foolish beliefs. Our leader speaks for me as well. Indeed, you are not wise to speak of such things in my presence, Tao. Please, please, slavery is a distasteful descriptor, and not appropriate in this case. Is the weapon you wield a slave to you? But the weapon's an inanimate object. What about the oxen that hauled the materials used to create the weapon? No. Alright, consider the golems who stand guard over the tower, or the wizards who enchanted your weapon. Are they slaves? I cannot condone the use of golems. They're simply tools, to be used by their owners in order to spare mortal labor. I am just looking for another tool myself. Well, the Tao does have a point. Golems lack the self-awareness to really be a slave. There's a being I can use beneath Covea Kurganus. It is among the mightiest of earth elementals bound to this plane. I'm sorry, beneath? Yes, it's in a place called Skine, or Skeen, or Skoon, or Skettergazo, because we like to add random vowels for no reason. Now, why is it pronounced Lester? There's a C in the lower depths of the building. So what do you know about the Skine? Well, I know little since I have been inside Covea Kurganus, much less never beneath it. My Hagspawn contact who sold me the key offered few details, and he was taken away by the hags before I had a chance to purchase more information. I know the Skeen does not exist in the Plane of Shadow. The key unlocks a portal. Also, I was told the Skeen is partially flooded and therefore probably abandoned. Why is there an earth elemental in a Skeen? I don't know what function it once served, but the ancient race of mortals that bound the earth elemental to this place are long dead. I simply need you to vanquish the earth elemental in the Skeen beneath the Covea so it will return to the plane, where I have means to bind him to my service. In exchange for your services, I will provide you a key that will open the entrance leading directly to the Skeen, and when you return, I will pay you your weight in gold. Okay. What do you guys think? Because elementals are kind of an in-betweeny sort of a thing. Since whether or not elementals actually have sentience or sapience is a debated thing, and not a matter of fact. Yeah, Arkansas, yeah. You think that's bad? There are people who live in Missouri, including my grandfather who was born there, who call it Missouri. Where's the A? How about this one? Edinburgh. Which, for those of you not aware, is spelled Edinburgh. I mean, honestly, see, the thing for me here is the debate on the nature of elements. Because he's got a point. Elements are basically animals, roughly speaking. That's how I've always GM'd it anyways, is that elements don't really have proper sentience or sapience innately. There are elemental creatures that do, like the various genie creatures, but not just straight elementals. So, honestly, like freeing a ox, as he himself said, in order that he may then take that ox for himself, shrug? The catch is how well he will treat it, because I am actually rather fond of animals, and I'm not in favor of mistreatment of animals. There is an intellect there, even if it's not true sentience or sapience. Yeah, as Takoida points out, even though he's a Dao, which is supposed to be evil, he is actually pretty reasonable and helpful here. And he has been before, and he will be again. So, why don't you do this yourself? Well, you see, though I am quite capable of wrangling an earth elemental, I feel that's a task left delegated to others. Do not be fooled by his message from Patreon. Hang on just a second, guys. Okay, it's cool. It's nothing. We're cool. It just means that the payment on March 1st is going to take a while, just like the February one did. Do not be fooled by his arrogance, little one. I can smell his fear. He is terrified by something close by. What the genie isn't telling you is that the Tao are by their terrestrial nature terrified of water. They prefer to keep both feet firmly on solid land. I am more than happy to part with some of my ample fortune to spare myself the inconvenience. Can I have more information first? Certainly, though my knowledge of this place is limited. So, tell me about Kavea Kurganis. It's the home of the Slumbering Coven, a group of overstated prophets who spout advice for the lesser creatures you see milling about. They just stopped admitting audiences a short while ago for reasons unknown to me and definitely have nothing to do with your adventure. If you wish to speak with them, there's a long line ahead of you. However, I can provide an alternate route to the Coven, if you hear my business proposal. Right. You wish to know about me? Well, that and my business are, in fact, my favorite subjects, although I will spare you many details. I am among the highest class of the Tao, roughly 3,000th in line to become the Great Khan. I live in the Great Dismal Delve in the elemental plane of Earth. Oh, my apologies. I sometimes forget how far removed residents of Toril can be, even by prime standards. The Great Dismal Delve, also called the Great Mazework, is an immense underground complex in the elemental plane of Earth, roughly two-thirds the size of Faerun, and it's inhabited by the greatest of the Tao, myself included. So, business proposal, yes. You'll find the entrance to the Skeen on the western side of the Kavea Kurganis building here in the Night Shore. Just walk to the end of the dock and veer right. Return to me once you've slain the Earth Elmo. Don't fail me, and you'll be handsomely rewarded. Yeah, 3,000. He's pretty high up on the list, Sigil. Ah, it's an air elemental. Darn. You must come here, now. What? I see that weak gear you're wearing. For even stepping outside of your home so poorly equipped, you must be very brave or very stupid. Oh, don't get upset. I'll assume you're just brave and not stupid. But bravery can only take you so far. To go all the way, you must outfit yourself in Omaga's fine armor. So you're a merchant. I'm so glad you asked. Have a look at my goods. I'll even give you some gold for the trash you're equipped with now. That's one interesting sales pitch, isn't it? Hang on, let me save. Man, we're getting pretty hungry. We might have to alter math soon. Back! Stay back from Count Crowroost. Count Crowroost. God, that's a hard word to say. This is no mere coffin, mortal. It was carved from solid ashenwood pine from a tree containing the essence of a genius loci. It was crafted by the Count himself and is quite impenetrable. Its lock can only be opened from within the coffin. I think Kaji could open his lock. His hands can reach where human hands can't. What? You still linger here. Begone! Who is Count Crowroost? You truly do not know? Then it is best you remain ignorant. For your own sake, step back from the Count. I need not do anything. Your lowly presence will disturb his slumber, and he will awaken, angry, thirsty for his blood. You know, you have to show some respect, or I'll teach you a lesson. Try to harm me all you wish. My bond with the Count makes me indestructible. The coffin may be too heavy for you, little one, but I could easily take the coffin between my teeth and fling it back through the portal. That sounds like a good idea, Oku. Go ahead. Oh, I hope it is daylight on the other side. What are you doing? No, stop! Get away! Well, welcome to the Prime Material Plane. Curse you for laying your brutish hands upon Count Crowroost's coffin. When he awakens, he'll make you suffer. Kaji, could you do this? Please open the lock. How did you... What have you done? Who disturbs my slumber? Hi. Yeah, we do fire damage. It's not daylight, unfortunately, but that would have been funny. Oh, you know what? I agree. Let's go ahead and redo that really quick. Just for fun. We should take the coffin with us to that portal to the fire plane. Hey, could you open the portal to the fire plane really quick? Fling. What? Ah! So...
Yes.
While we're here, really quick. Let's go with that. Oh, what should we... So she already has Etherealism and Meteor Swarm. Let's get rid of Meteor Swarm. Or don't. That's cool, too. Oh, gosh, I don't know what to give her. I'm actually torn. Let's give her that. And... let's give her that. Of course. What do you recommend, game? Power word kill? Really? At this level? That's completely useless. Let's go with that one instead. Go and grab that. Too many spells. I don't even care at this point. Congratulations, you are now epic, Sophia. So, let's give her some epic spells. We know Mass Foul is extremely useful. This is how many level 9 spells a wizard gets, by the way. You see the difference between the sorcerer? We have like 4. She has far more than that. She has all of them! Yeah, sure, we'll give her Vampiric Feast too. Why not? Yeah, I know, right, Dakota? Just really? Actually, no, let's do that. Let's even that out. Let's see. I'll go ahead and give her... Epic Spell Pen. And then Epic Spell Focus, I think. What level is Control Protected from Evil? Because I do want her to have that. It's the only spell I care about that she has at this point. Aha! Protection from alignment. There we go. And then, I don't know, Raven Fuelment. Oh, she's still getting new spells to learn, by the way. Once again, showing the difference between a sorcerer and a wizard. Yeah, let's go and give her Hellball. She can make use of Hellball. No. So let's go ahead and give her an extra slot in level 8 spells. Actually, hang on. Do I want to do that, or... let's just give her Epic Gate. Well, no, I don't trust her with that. And Entropic Husk isn't actually as great as it should be, so yeah, we'll give her an extra level 8 spell. Here you go. Have fun. Ah, true, Dakota. Thankfully, she does have access to that. Fine. Here, have Epic Husk. Okay, she's done leveling.
You have need of me?
So let us set up camp for 8 hours. Don't mind me, I'm almost dead. It's cool, it's cool.
Come this way.
There's protection. Oh, goddamn. Of course I have to... Nah. Forgot I'm stupid. I honestly don't care about any of the rest of these. Just protection from alignment. Go. Yes, Kel Morgan. Or as sorcerers, for those of you who know, or get up to, I think, 3? 3 or 4. One of the two. Of course.
Yes.
Whatever. Yeah, Kaji, could you open this, please? What have you done? Who disturbs my... Ah! 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 So I need to do something about this hunger problem. Because I am, I'm not doing great. So the first thing I'm going to do
Yes.
is I'm going to take my ring back.
You have need of me?
Where's my ring?
Yes.
Where's my freaking ring? For God's sakes.
Yes.
That's true. We have set 2 characters on fire in Neverwinter Nights 2. Alright, the time has come to eat Oku. Nom, nom. I don't know, but I want to save before I try that.
Yes.
You have need of me?
Yes, little one. Yes. When spirits have night... What? No! Dare you suggest? I should tear off your arms just for thinking that.
So that's 11 influence loss. Which isn't actually all that big of a loss, but we're still going to undo that. So that's what happens if you ask him to summon a spirit for you to munch on. For some reason, he doesn't like it. Ah, whatever. Wrong button. Gotta make it nighttime again. We died! Alright, hang on. Hang on. I gotta look up a command. And I don't know what the command is. I gotta find it. I had it earlier. I'm just an idiot, apparently. Oku, I'm hungry. No. Well, then die. What? Where did I swore I had it written down. Whatever. There we go. To my knowledge, there's also a command to just turn the spirit bar off. But, you know, whatever. Wrongfully accused. The Butcher of Ember. What? What? There it is. It's just called suppress. Hang on, hang on. Let's reload. Okay. It's called suppress. Use. Don't make me hotkey it. I don't want to hotkey it. My hotkey's already full enough. Okay, fine, here. I suppress on myself. Okay. So... well, we're not dead this time, so that's something. More suppression. That obviously didn't kill us, because last time it killed us, so... it did do something. Oh, for God's sakes. Here, level. Yes, you're a cleric. I don't care. You're... let's give you... what do I want to give her, actually? Cleric slot, level 8. Yeah, let's go with that.
Yes.
Okay, we're at 10. Which, yeah, I don't get that either, Dakota. But what the hell do I know? Speaking of which, let's haste everyone while we're here. Everyone, group hug. Come on, let's go.
Can it be? The scent of my
does sound horrible. Hello? You want thumping? Hey, quit bothering. Mulv's a good guard, but you don't want to get him excited. Okay. Oh, look, it's another petitioner. Look, join the crowd. We're placing bets on how long each will wait before you either give up and leave or snap. Snap, snap. Hey, can I get in on the betting? No one's ever asked that before. You're a good sport. Okay, what do you think? Should we let the nice petitioner bet? No, no bet. Sorry about that. If it was up to me, I'd gladly take your money. Alright, whatever. What's up with Mulv? Wrong. Mulv, wrong! Ooh, calm down, Mulv. I'm sure the stupid petitioner didn't mean it. Stupid. No matter to me, but I think you might show a little more of a tact around Mulv. When he was a B-A-B-Y, he was D-R-O-P-P-E-D'd repeatedly by his M-O-T-H-E-R to see if he would bounce. Bouncy, bouncy. I imagine such droppings were rarely intentional. Hags are rarely afflicted with maternal instincts, common to other races. Okay, farewell. I feel I must justify the sealing of my lips through our conversation with the guard. I do not enjoy conversing with other males of my species. This is a hag spawn? Well, I too prefer speaking with you than others of my kind. You sound surprised. They're a lot different from you. Well, we spawn of hags come in many shapes, sizes, and temperaments, much like the men and women of Rashomon. While granted, I am breathtakingly handsome, the footman you saw, he is a more common cut of face and build amongst half-breeds. I suspect I inherited the features of my father. There is a certain awareness I carry that makes me wonder if dreaming shaped me. Not all spawns can walk in dreams as I do. In fact, I don't know of anyone that can. Well, okay. The Bear King has left his barrow. How strange. Why would my spirit kin be petitioners at this place? Perhaps the foul reek of this place confounds my sense of the smell, but those pups have an unnatural stench to them. And he keeps company with flesh and blood. How confusing. Brothers, this one speaks to us. I understand the language, but lack the willingness to hear it. Children, he is with me. Speak to him! I wonder why you're so far from your barrow, but we will answer your questions. I do not... Oko, tell them why you left the barrow. The two-legged one suffers from an illness. The affliction will spread to the land if goes uncured. Thus, I am bound to protect him until he is cured. At this point, Sugarbell, I would be amazed if we didn't beat the game tomorrow at the absolute latest. Which is a shame. I'd like to beat this game today, because then I could take a day off before our next stream, and I'd really like to take a day off. And you children, why are you here in this awful place, so away from your home? Well, this place is very near our land. We roam the darkness beyond the cliffs and feed on the corpses. What kind of nonsense is this? Why would you behave as vultures and feed on carrion? We do what comes naturally, Cousin Bear. These Tilthors act as common beasts and disgrace my kind. Such petulant children should be disciplined. I agree. It has been too long since I've disciplined a wayward pup. I will enjoy this. Worthless, corpse-gnawing maggots, lower your heads and flee at my sight. I will give you a moment's head start, and if I catch you, I will tear off your limbs and shove down your gullet a feast of your own carrion. Now run! Stop being in casting mode. The next stream, I've got to be honest, at this point I'm not even sure. It's one of three things, I'll tell you that. Never, Magic Eraser, never! I make too little money, not too much. Leave me be. Are you speaking telepathically?
Some Illithids turn to push air through their throats to communicate with the slave races. I do not.
Why are you here?
I wait for a fellow Illithid. He is within.
This one, Mega Mike. I've heard the Coven isn't seeing anyone.
I am patient. Our concern has existed for a millennia. Its solution can wait a while longer.
Well, what's your concern?
It is not a matter fit for the inquisitive minds of slaves.
Honestly, I just want to learn if I can serve the master race.
In that case, I will try to explain to you in the most basic terms.
Okay, that's really killing my throat. Long ago, a slave race rebelled against us. To our shame, the rebellion was successful, and to this day they hunt the illithid. We die at their hands faster than we spawn larvae. At such a rate, the illithids will be extinct within the next 3 centuries. Yes! Oh, sorry. That's a bad thing. No. I am surprised you know of the Githyanki. Yeah, they hunted me as well. Humph. Did you steal one of their precious silver swords? If so, you would not be bothering me. They are relentless. Yeah, the sword of Gith. Ha 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 ha. I would almost believe you if it were not so absurd. Very amusing. Communicating a slave is a novelty, but not one I'll repeat. Bother me no further. Okay. Well, I can't attack him, and I'd just like to headcanon that we kill this guy. I mean, I do have a strong work ethic, Platy, but most people tell me that that's a negative, not a positive. Spirit Eater, you betrayed the gift. If this were a place more pirate, I would hasten your inevitable destruction. I mean, that could be arranged. You were right to yearn for a quick death, and I will provide it to you, so the gift will pass to someone more worthy. What an arrogant creature. These disgusting apes have changed little in the years of my slumber. Meet me on the dark side of this building when you're prepared. For your end! For your doom! It's going to be some doom. It's coming. You watch. You are mega doomed. I already have so little hotkeys. Alright, hang on. We don't really need Sunburst anymore. That's too low level. Maximized Sunburst just isn't the power that we need it to be. We'll just go ahead and put Devour Spirit on the bar there. Oh yeah, by the way, there's also Satiate. This ability causes you to lose experience and should only be used in emergency situations when death is imminent and there's no other way to regain spirit energy. You allow it to feed on yourself, costing you a total amount of experience at your level to a maximum of 25% of the X bar. It can be used once per day and only while in stage 4 or worse. You can do this to incur a negative level penalty. There's a reason I didn't want to do that. You guys done? Can I eat you? No. Oh, devour and suppress. Okay, screw that. Persistent sunburst. I mean, hi. No, what I do want is to pull this back on the bar. You ready? Can we kill you, Yao? Please, can we kill you? Please. Pretty please. Oh, they're dead. Wow! They died really quickly. Yeah, we talked about the illithid quite a bit back in, what is this? Mystery meat. Nope. We talked about the illithid quite a bit back in Hordes of the Underdark, because they are messed up. This is where the hags send those they never want to be seen again. And we're now trapped here. That's loverly. I know, right, Jordan? There's something wrong with me, apparently. Hey, torches. I feel like that's a hint. You know, it's also a hint. Persistent light. Oh, yeah, by the way... Sleep. 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 Yeah, no kidding, Mega Mike. Yeah, I might actually want to pull up a map for this place. This is just not a fun dungeon. I do actually have a map, thankfully. It's right here. No. The scheme. Here we go. Yeah, that's a big place. Alright. Oh my god. Okay, hang on. So I need to go to A. No, hang on. 7 and A. And I am... Where am I at? I'm here.
No dream. Nightmares.
Would you... Why are these people so creepy? I know, right? Ifrit. Or Eitri, excuse me. So we need to get there. Which means we need to go to there. Okay. Hi. Look, yeah, got some new arrivals. Looks like they've got some nice gear. Yee. Let's be stupid. I mean, hey, why do you have to attack everyone that the Blighted Mistress sends here? Yeah, we don't have many left since the last time Gulkosh came to feed. We should be welcoming newcomers, not murdering them. Yeah, a warm greeting would be much nicer than murder. Shut up. Hags are gross, by the way. I think that's a good summary of the lore of hags. Shut up, the Skeen is no place for honeyed words and no place for you. I refuse to gang up on any more poor, defenseless souls. I'm with you, let's go back to the sleeper. Cowards, come back here. Doesn't matter. Let's more loot for us. Let's do the deed. Yeah, that's a great idea. There's less of you now. You have a much better chance. Well, thank you, Christopher Falcon. It's always nice to feel appreciated. You're welcome to stay if you want to keep watching, the stream and be awesome, like all these other fine gentlemen and ladies. Lady? I think there's at least 2 females in chat right now. Pretty sure. Oh my god, look at the map. Look at this. Alright, so we want to go over here. It is a good voice, but yeah, it repeats way too often, and that's the problem. Yeah, we, when we were playing through this, we did this legit style for, I want to say like 40 minutes, and then we were like, alright, look up a damn map. Because, yeah, we got a little sick of it. This is not a badly designed dungeon.
Bite off the bone, suck the marrow.
It just has some issues with it, which I feel like I'm making clear by virtue of explaining. Hey, there's the Earth Elemental. Okay, let's see here. So there's the device. I've seen the devices similar to this at the Academy. Well, awesome, Christopher. As I like to say to everyone, I love chatting and talking, interacting, so if you have any thoughts, comments, questions, or even corrections, please feel free to share them. So I have seen devices similar to this in the Academy. They're used for harnessing the power of elementals. This device is used to bind and harness this Earth Elemental. It makes it rather critical to maintaining the structural stability of the building. Tempering with the device could bring the Kovaya Kurganis down on top of us. I would strongly recommend we leave it be. I say we take the quickest route. Let's destroy this thing of Earth.
My son, gone to rot in the sun, please come back, my son, kill them all, one by one.
Kaylin the Dove says, how does that voice carry through this place? Alright, what do we got here? Destroy the device! Death to the elemental! And to the living!
Asleep.
Oh, someone noticed the shirt. Yeah, this is the last shirt I haven't tried out yet. The light blue one. I don't know, it looks kind of samey, but whatever, I suppose. Alright, that didn't destroy anything, right? We're safe forever? We're safe, right? There's no way this place would collapse in on us. No GM would actually end a campaign with rocks falling and everyone dying. That's really gross. And it's also really horrible, but of course this is an Obsidian game. Hey, we've officially looped. I wonder what it would be like being forced to literally eat your lover alive. Huh. Yeah, you'd probably go nuts. Considering that the hags also gain a bit of other stuff from the things they eat. Depends on the sauce.
No nightmares.
See, now she's looped. So now we need to get out of here. Fortunately, I do know the destination, I just don't know the route. How am I supposed to get over there? Okay, let's try this way. So this opens to here.
Sleeping dream. Dream.
This goes over there.
That voice, it's haunting. Insane.
This creature's laughter is what we heard throughout the skein.
Oh, skein.
Madness and power dance within her.
So this is the source of that wretched squawking. I'll tear out her throat and silence her for good. Just ask.
There is something about her. Beneath the mask she is wearing is a face I feel I have seen many times before, but...
Ah, another lucky one. Lucky to know sleep, to know dreams. My gift to you, eternal slumber. Yes, and you might dream too. You might.
Hi? Okay. Well, let's put her out of her misery. Whoa, 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 whoa. This fight sucks.
Enough. This blood of mine you've spilt has loosened insanity's grip on me. For now. I do not wish to die, though it would bring an end to the punishment I've endured for my crimes. My crimes!
What were your crimes?
I violated the sisterhood, broke the sacred laws of Kurganis. I took a man as my lover, and I loved him. Oh, how I loved him. I kept this love hidden, told my sisters I was just toying with him, just toying a little longer. But I let him escape and fooled my sisters with the desiccated corpse of some other man. They remained ignorant of my terrible crime until I birthed the product of our love. Then they found my beloved and made me devour him alive in front of his son. Even as they forced chunks of his flesh down my throat, he smiled at me, at our child. So beautiful, like his father was my son Ganaev.
You are my mother.
So, my son has returned, and he has brought violence against me. Will you murder your mother? Is this the homecoming you have sought?
You abandoned me. Cast me to the wilds of Roshaman.
Abandoned implies I had a choice in the matter, my child. I had but one choice, and that was to love your father.
What does a hag such as you know of love?
More than you, I think, child. Have you not drifted from creature to creature, spirit to spirit, finding no dream that has touched you? You know what I speak of is true, Ganaev, Gan of Dreams, spirit of Roshaman. Do not waste what short time we have together with protests and accusations.
You speak as if your words are truth, but you know nothing of me, of my life.
I know you have dreamed of the city beneath the waves, and your travels have circled it all your life, until now, until the time has come to destroy it. It was ordained we speak this one last time, my dear Gan. It is the one hope that has cradled me in this prison.
You are a creature of lies, spawned from lies.
And you, my beautiful child, are far more terrible, to be spawned from the love of a hag. By such things are cities and nations laid to ruins. Do you wish to see the proof of my claims?
Gan? Or Gan?
I want to hear what she has to say. I may believe none of it, but I still wish to hear her speak.
My words you should hear. There are others who deserve your hatred far more.
And that is very true.
The Coven who sleep here, they must be awakened, and with violence.
Okay.
Send the Coven to join your father, who drifts in the rivers of the dead. Show them, at last, the horror that the love of a mother and her son can bring to their dreams. The voices echo through my mind, and the insanity will soon reclaim me. Take from me my eye. I will need it no longer. Use it in your travels. Use it against the Coven. Now leave me. The escape you seek is ahead. I do not know how much longer I can maintain my sanity. The voices in my mind are a cacophony.
Then hear my voice this last time, Mother. Where I walk, you shall be with me until the end days. We shall be together again.
My son, my precious son. Does he dream of me, my son?
You have gained Dream Haunting. Allows you to enter the dreams of anyone who is sleeping. So, a bit truncated, but nonetheless very messed up for what it was. Nice little section there. You'll notice, some of you might be thinking, hang on. Why did they force her to eat her lover? Because it was forbidden. You're not supposed to actually go and have children and take mates and not eat people. That's what the hags do. How dare you not do what we do? How dare you be different? Let me just summarize. They had no good reason. Like, not even a debatable good reason. They were just like, what is wrong with you? You're pathetic, disgusting, immoral, abominable. In short, they pulled the heresy card. Agreed, Leander. I like to think, and I know this sounds horrible, but I like to think she died in here after we, you know, kill everything. Yes, we are the bad guys. We do not have things like love and joy. What is wrong with you? Yeah, honestly, hags are fae. There's actually multiple types of hags. But hags are fae, but in almost every way, they actually act more like demons. Like, it would not be a stretch at all to say that in terms of personality and culture and society, the hags are actually demons. But, I mean, they're fae. Fae are basically universally bad, even if they aren't overtly malicious. That's just kind of the nature of fae. Would you die? Apparently you would not die. Oku, your posterior is blocking me. There we go. Thanks, Oku. Appreciate it. Hey, there's a lot of corpses up there, along with a mind flayer that is near death. How interesting. It's almost like the mind flayer tried to enter the minds of the slumbering coven.
These hags are creatures of dreams and deceit. Carefully.
Let's heal the Mind Flayer. That's a good idea. I'm pretty sure I do, Corrales. I don't actually know. The energy field keeps us from slaying these crones as they sleep, but here we can invent their collective dreams. Yeah, okay. Doodle 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 doodle. You are shocked to find yourself in a familiar place. Yeah, no kidding, Blackfell. Hello?
Yes.
Yeah, you should level for... I have made peace with my mother. I have leveled.
Yes.
That's, I know, right, Sigil? Yeah, the Fae... Most of the Fae follow, most of the Fae basically fall into the category of rules magic in some manner or another. It's just, it's not binding rules. Most Fae are otherwise fairly chaotic, but they all have... Every type of Fae has some kind of thing that guides how they exist and how they coordinate and interact with each others. So it's like... I'm trying to think of a good example. Like, imagine if you had 3 or 4 rules that you had to follow in real life. You cannot avoid these rules. And then everything else is just whatever. That's kind of how the Fae work in general. Although it's hard to categorize all Fae as one thing, because there's a lot of different types of Fae. Technically, elves are Fae, but that's a whole other thing. Oh, Laura, you'll miss the final scene? Where's the slumbering coven? I've come to find them. No, you've come for the play. We composed it for you. Oh, don't you remember? We named it like you asked, The Betrayer's Crusade. We should follow its pull and see where this play ends. Exactly. That's a good way to put that, Sigil. They don't have the choice to be lawful. That might even explain why they're so chaotic. Go ahead, step on the stage. We've reserved the Betrayer's part for you. You remember the lines, don't you? Yeah, actually. Tales are messengers of sorts, though they bring different tidings to all who hear them. If a tale's persistent, then you have not heard all it has to say. Now, weren't you about to tell me you'd forgotten the lines? Forgotten? I never knew them. Of course, forgetting's in the script, too. I'll set the stage and you can make up the lines as you go. The crusade has failed, the betrayer's army is crushed, and he must give his final commands to his lieutenants. The dark god Merkel is evil and horrible and awful. You must make these orders count. They will be your legacy, perhaps all that shall ever remain of you. Okay. Ah, you have a dreamwalker's heart. You swim with the currents, not fight them. It's not a dream, it's a play. Or maybe there's little difference. No matter. Get up on stage. Save really quick here. I just want to see if I can rest in here. Alright, so we're dead. Now, this is my fault, and I'll admit that. So we're going to go ahead and do that. Okay. So we're going to rest, get all our stuff back. We're going to suppress immediately. There we go. Moving on. Get on with the play. What's the holdup? Interesting audience, by the way. There's Zaxxas over there. There's one of the cat people whose names I can't even think of. There's one of the genies. And there's a fire giant. Of course, this makes sense, doesn't it? That would be wonderful, Leander. I'd go to sleep immediately. Oh, thank God it's over. I am Zoab of the White Wings and Golden Brow, born in the radiance of Celestia, for mercy and for justice. I swore to bring down the wall. I am Ramak, the old, the dead. Thrice have I glimpsed godhood, and thrice has that prize been snatched from me. For the knowledge I was promised, I swore to bring down the wall. I am Seryu, the vast and the glorious, who soared above the desert skies, blue upon blue. For the debt I owed you, betrayer, I swore to bring down the wall. The god of the dead draws near, and our battle is lost. What would you have our say? So I can say, what's my line? I can say, this is stupid. Or I can say, stand and fight. The crusade may have failed, but we won't be taken alive. I kind of think that too, Takoida. I mean, honestly, I'm amazed more beings aware of the wall are not against it. In fact, I have always had the mental headcanon, and there's nothing really supporting this, by the way. That's why I call it headcanon. But I've always had the headcanon that a lot of beings actually don't like the wall, and they just stay quiet about it out of fear, because they know that if they try to disrupt it, then they will be disrupting the natural order or the rules of the deities, and they might be punished or erased or God knows what. So, yeah. So we can stand and fight, or we can flee and finish this battle another day. The god of death can wait. Which would you pick? You have failed. You have come to go to war with Merkel in his own plane because you're a moron. And you have lost because, of course, you have. You're fighting a deity in its own plane. Do you know what kind of power that takes? It's above level 30, I'll tell you that much. So you can stand and fight and die, or you can flee. I mean, you kind of do, Django. You need to be a level above epic to be able to actually take on a deity on their home plane. I'm not really sure any video game has ever actually... A D&D video game has ever actually let you play as something that is of that level. Literally as well as metaphorically speaking. We flee! What? This isn't in the script? You're right, this isn't how it goes at all. I know that. Because... what they did was they decided to fight, which was amazingly stupid. Alright, fine. We stand and fight. No, wrong again. I told everyone you knew this part, but you made a fool of me. Boo, boo. Want a Mountie back. The author doesn't even know this part. Something's wrong. It's not coming from you, but... maybe we should skip to the final scene, where the betrayer is captured and tortured and punished. He won't need to know any lines to play that scene properly. He'll just know how to... he just needs to know how to scream. See you around, Sigil. Nom, 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 nom. Delicious, as they say. Wow, that did nothing to him. I mean, there are ways to do it, don't mistake me. It's just, of the various difficult things that exist in this setting, that's probably one of the most difficult. Basically, there's ways to make your own pocket dimensions, and if you do it right, you have tremendous power in that pocket dimension. In fact, we actually saw that. Amanjaro had effectively made a pocket dimension in his haven back in Neverwinter Nights 2 Vanilla. So, I'm pointing that out because, as with all things in Forgotten Realms, there's tiers. So adventurers, high powerful mages, etc. can make pocket dimensions and have tremendous power there. Deities can do that, but better within their home planes. Although that's usually because they have either been granted or usurped those planes. The betrayer will return, and we will wait for him as promised. We will watch for the opening of the gate. Look for us on the day the betrayer returns. We will storm the city of judgment at his side. Our oaths fulfilled at last. That dream was powerful, and there was much truth in it, I think. Nah, that wasn't foreshadowing. I already dealt with the wall, guys. I talked with... I already talked with, God, I still think it was Greenwood. This is a reflection of the Mind Flayer who's trapped here. There's a reflection of a human, and there's a human wizard. And they're just trapped here in these little wonderful devices. Let's go to the Illithid's prison. That seems like a good idea. This seems safe. Hello. Did Illicine send you to rescue me, or are you with the Githyanki? I am here to slay you. No, come back. I may be caught. You went one freaking room away. Is he dead? That's all I really care about. I just want this Illithid to die. Is that cool? I think he's cool. Is he dead? He looks dead. Just want to make sure. I've never not killed this guy, so I don't know. Like, why would you work with an... Why would you ever work with an Illithid? Other than if you're a moron. Oh, it doesn't let me do the other ones? Alright, hang on. We do have a save back there. This one. Funnily enough, that's always been... as I've already said, I've already played this once before, but when we did this, I was like, let's do the Illithid one. Oh, let's just kill him, because he's an Illithid. Oh, we're done? Which makes it really easy. So here's the Human Wizard one. Hello? There's got to be something overlooking. Something I... Oh, you there, you've got to help me. Oh, I have to, do I? What can I do for you? This thing, this vile creature, claims it has the right to my soul. You mean that Falxagon over there? Why, yes, you have some experience with infernal beings, then. You could say that. I knew a warlock once who collected them, actually. Collected them? Why would anyone do such a thing? You wouldn't believe me if I told you. Yeah, I'll be the judge of that. Tell me. It may pertain to my current situation. Okay, so he gathered demons and devils to generate power using their polar opposite natures in hopes that he could use the power to defeat an all-by being named Shadow, itself a failed magic man of a lost empire. He blinks at you in mute astonishment. No, it's not... Are you still in contact with that warlock? He sounds like just the person to help me out of my current predicament. Unfortunately, I'm pretty sure he's super dead. Too bad. Such expertise would come handy right now. The matter at hand concerns the contract I signed with that. What'd you call it again? A Falxagon? You signed a contract with the devil? No, yes, I did sign a small agreement, so yes, I suppose, yes. Alright, what were the terms? Not my soul, that's for sure. We simply agreed on a number of favors he would grant me if I did certain things for him. What kind of favors was he supposed to grant you? Oh, a little of this, a smidgen of that. It's all in the contract, I'm sure. And what did you do for him? As you might imagine, nothing you'd care to mention in the presence of a paladin of Tyr. If you simply must know the gritty deals, I'm sure they're in the contract. Give me the contract. Yes, but I need to keep looking for it. I'm sure he has another copy on his person just to taunt me in case I lose mine. Alright, I'll see if I can see his copy then. Jesus. Hi. Greetings. I have red skin and horns, and a goatee. I hope our friend Forrest here hasn't concerned you overmuch with the task of our business relationship. Yeah, he says you have a line on his soul. Any truth to that? Oh, yes, but that's because I do have a claim on his soul. It's all explicitly stated in the contract. Do you have a copy of the contract? Of course. Here, you may peruse it at your leisure. I'll do that, thank you. Alright, what do we got here? Upon being fully enrolled, this scroll reaches a length of approximately 30 feet. It features a tiny, precise script written in reddish ink, presumably in blood, on a material you'd rather not consider too carefully. While a little of the writing is in a language you cannot decipher, the majority is in common. Okay. Alright, let's see. Oh, this is going to take too long. Alright, let's start at the beginning. Declaration of the omnipotence, there we go, of someone named Asmodeus. I don't know who that is, but I'm sure he's a loser. And declaring the inevitable victory of the devils over the long-hated foes, the demons. There's I, Ferris Windhelm, do enter a binding agreement with the devil Enzibur for an unspecified amount of time. The terms of the agreement exist in accord with the tenets laid out in the Pact Primeval. Okay, here we go. This signee agrees that the following favors are to be had upon the completion of the services mentioned. The type, number, and degree of the services to be rendered are not negotiable for the signing of this document. Each favor shall be granted but once and have a duration of 1 year, renewable each time the signee fulfills the obligations of a new favor. Should a favor's duration run out without being renewed, it can be granted again for another year starting from the date the signee fulfills obligation for another item on the list. Alright. For the favor of one powerful magical item, unspecified, the signee must inflict pain on a helpless being. For the favor of increasing skill in one area of endeavor, the signee must perform a mischievous act upon a hated foe. For the favor of a wish of limited proportions, the signee must cast a spell of evil nature. Oh, come on, that's a joke! A limited wish just for casting I can't think of an evil spell off the top of my head, but come on! Alright, what's the fourth one? For the favor of increased mental ability, the signee must cause grievous harm to another being. For the favor of supreme magical power, the signee must cause directly or indirectly the death of another. I know, right, Dakota? It's like, that's it? Really? Alright. Final part of the scroll is more mind-numbing legal jargon before ending with a signature that clearly reads Forest Windhelm. Below that is Hourglass. Hourglass says... Wait a minute, Hourglass, you're one of the devils? I knew it! It makes so much sense now. Thank you, Hourglass. As ever, much appreciated. Do you want to put that sub towards something? Other than Devil May Cry 5. Alright, let's see. The symbols are arranged in a neat row and are comprised of sharply written lines in odd geometric patterns. After a few moments, I realize I'm looking at Enziber's signature. The text is so small I can barely make it out. If I hadn't been carefully examining the document, it's likely I would have missed it altogether. It reads, the signee agrees that should all services be rendered unto the provider, and all favors for such services granted in response, the signee's immortal soul becomes the sole property of the provider for all eternity. Really? Isn't the whole extra clause in contract thing just a little too cliched for you, Enziber? Okay, Hourglass. Thank you. I'll decide later. I'll put it towards something that doesn't have a lot of money towards it, because that's my usual approach there. Okay. Right. So he did all the stuff, and now his soul is his. Well, that seems simple enough. I shouldn't have saved. Whatever. Greetings, my friend. I hope our good friend Forrest here hasn't concerned you over much. Yeah, so... Do you frequently have memory lapses like that? I can fix... So I accidentally hit the same dialogue options with him again. And he said, do you frequently have memory lapses such as this? I can help fix that, you know. If you'll just sign here, you'll never have to... No contracts, thank you. If you, as you say, if you happen to change your mind, you'll know where to find me. See, okay, obviously I've GM'd for Forgotten Realms many times, and I've had several players interact with devils. I usually don't do this route with them, because this is cheating. And, in my opinion, most of the devils wouldn't resort to basically cheating to win. And it probably, maybe like a lesser devil, like a really small scale one, but something larger scale? No. And it's not because they have any sense of morality or duty or anything like that. It's because they think cheating is beneath them. So the way I see it is the higher level devils are like, why would I go ahead and try to have... Yeah, this is straight up a scam. This is which cup is the ball in. That's beneath a devil as far as I'm concerned. Instead, I would have the devils be more very careful about the specifics of the rules and ensuring that whatever they give out and whatever they gain is of equal value, and that it's usually leaning in their direction, you know. Now, as a GM, that makes it more difficult to actually write, more difficult to design. But I've always felt that's more satisfying than just, okay, I'll do this stuff, and also, you know, what? Well, what I said was, and you're saying something like, you give me your soul, or something like that. I mean, it's just cheating. Anyway, so, this does say something about your soul. It does? Where? Right here at the bottom. It says you complete all the terms of the contract, your soul is his property. Oh, God, I didn't even see that. I just checked the conditions and signed the stupid paper. You just signed a contract with the devil. Are you stupid? Well... no, Hourglass. However, this is the same character from Neverwinter Nights 2. You don't have to be so accusatory. I'll admit it wasn't the brightest thing I've ever done. No arguments here. Alright, how'd you get into this mess to begin with? Well, it all began several years ago. I was one of 2 apprentices under the tutelage of Master Wizard Galban of Teflum. At first, my studies went well, but then the other apprentices, Ithias, began to pull ahead of me. The master began to get upset. He had to teach us at different rates, and he started assigning me menial tasks so he could spend more time with Ithias. It became unbearable, so I went to look for a new teacher. One prospective teacher who lived nearby was a summoner, but I had arrived early to our meeting, and he hadn't returned home yet. Instead, I found that thing in a circle in the center of the room waiting for me. Did the summoner ever arrive? I don't know. While I was waiting, I began talking with Enzibur, who was sympathetic to my plight, and promised to help me with my problems. Uh-huh. I returned home, but Enzibur began to visit me whenever Galban and Ithias went out, and eventually we came to arrangement. Things went well enough at first. I fulfilled a couple of the conditions on the contract and was rewarded as promised. My studies began to pick up. My situation got better. So sometime later, the favors I had earned had vanished. My studies plummeted once more, only it was worse this time because both Ithias and Master Galban suspected I had been cheating somehow. You know, there was a stipulation in the contract stating favors would only last a year. There was? God, I must have missed that too. If only I never signed the stupid thing. Yeah, no arguments here, so the benefits disappeared. What next? I summoned Enzibar. Unfortunately, Ithias burst into my rooms and caught me talking to him. He immediately began to threatening to tell the master. Okay. Without thinking, I cast a spell on him. He wasn't quite so quick to run to the master after being doused with acid. Fortunately, I had an area silence spell memorized as well. He wouldn't believe how much he screamed. Oh my god, Hourglass. Okay, I fled. I grabbed a few of my things and started running. I didn't know where I was going, but I knew I had to get away before the master discovered what I'd done. And you killed him, right? I didn't kill anyone. What makes you think that? Let's see. You consort with devils, burn people with acid, and not to be... Okay, enough. I'm not a paladin. But I didn't kill my master. You must believe me. He said I was dangerous and began to chant a spell. I didn't know what to do. I closed my eyes and was cowering when I heard the crackling of energy, and then a harumph of surprise. Yeah, a harumph. It's the sound old men often make to express displeasure or surprise. I know what a harumph is. What happened next? Well, I opened my eyes and he was gone. I scratched the area where I had been standing and only found some dust. I was scared. Did his spell backfire? It's possible, I suppose. Galban was a very powerful wizard, though. I doubt he could have made such a mistake. Good point. So Galban disappeared. Then what? Well, I fled. Again, I didn't stop till it got dark out. I was staying at the inn about a day's ride from Teflon when I found a letter in my pack. It said the terms of our contract were complete, and my soul would become Enzibur's property upon my death. Uh-huh. So I'm trying to get out, wouldn't you? I suppose. Have you discovered anything useful at all? A bit about Bazatu lore. I have found interesting things in stories. Few accounts I've read by summoners crazy enough to have frequent dealings with Badazu, God, that's a hard word to say they're sticklers for details and always try to do things within the rules they set for themselves. Are you comparing me to a demon? No, I was just pointing out an odd coincidence. Right. So what about the stories? Were they helpful? Actually, there were 2 general themes to the stories. In the first type, adventurous mortals managed to escape from their contracts using their wits. And the second type involved adventurous mortals trying to escape from their contracts using their wits, and then they were outsmarted by the devils and had their souls taken. Okay, let's stick with the first type. In the stories, the mortals always escaped their contracts by either finding some type of error in the contract or proving the devil broke the rules somehow. The stories were always a little hazy on the details of the rules the devil followed. I think most of the ones used by the stories were made up, as the authors themselves didn't know anything about that. Right. So we don't know what rules Enzibar has broken. Sadly, no. You might be able to learn a little more from him, though. Alright, well, since I've already overridden the save by accident, we're kind of stuck here, so let's do this. Can I ask you about Ferris? If you must. This is going to be a dreadfully boring line of questioning, though, I assure you. What makes you think you have a claim to his soul? He fulfilled the conditions of the contract, but there were portions that were extremely hard to read. Oh, hardly. Ferris had as much time as he liked to examine the contract before he signed. If there was a portion he disagreed with, he could have refused to sign it, but he didn't know about it. Ignorance is no excuse. Valid. I'd like to know about the favors and conditions. Getting right to the meat of the document, I see. That section is actually pretty standard as far as such things go. I do certain favors, they do certain services. What kind of... I'm sorry, how is Let's see here. Inflicting pain on a helpless being doing you a service. Oh, it corrupts the one performing the service, of course. That's what we do, after all. We corrupt mortals. You were aware of that, not? Actually, I wasn't. What's the purpose of corrupting mortals? What a fascinating line of inquiry. It's so rare for mortals to wonder what we get out of our bargains. It's always me, me, me. Very well, I'd be delighted to explain it to you. Batazu, or Batezu, or Betazu, I've heard all three, or devils, as you mortals refer to us, have a unique economy that's based on souls. More souls you possess, more rich and powerful you are. The main problem is collecting them. We can't just grab a mortal's soul when they die, although certain unsavory elements have known to do just that. But there are rules that govern these things, you see, and if nothing else, a Batazu always follows the rules. When a mortal dies, his soul goes to his deity. If a mortal doesn't worship any particular deity, the soul becomes the property of the god of the dead. Ah, Kelemvor. Yes, that's the current one, I believe. I mean, they do change so often. Why, there have been at least 4 different death gods since I was spawned as a lemur. Those would be Jurgel, Merkel, Cyric, and Kelemvor, right? Why, yes. How studious of you to know all 4. Most mortals can't even remember Jurgel. Tell me about Jurgel. Oh, he was a perfectionist during his reign. He kept detailed records of everything. If such a thing were possible, I'd say he was better at negotiating contracts than Batazu. What happened to Jurgel? Strangely enough, he gave away his position to Merkel. Why in the world would he do that? Believe it or not, the popular story is he was bored with the position. He still toils on, though, just not as the god of the dead. He's in the City of Judgment with Kelemvor. He serves as Kelemvor's scribe. I imagine it's a much less demanding job than his former one. Tell me about Merkel. Merkel was a wondrous god of the dead. His priests spread the fear of death with efficiency and panache. He was killed during the time of troubles while fighting Mistra over at Waterdeep. Well, I mean, it's possible to kill a god, but it's not usually as final as it is for mortals. Gods who linger on for quite some time in other planes of existence and can be reawakened if enough mortals worship them. Right. How about Cyric? There's not much to tell, really. Cyric wasn't Lord of the Dead for long enough to influence our dealings. There was some kind of uprising, and then Kelemvor was the new god of the dead. He's a bit of a problem at first, because he didn't want to deal with us at all, preferring to punish the wicked and reward the innocent. Those were tough times indeed. But then one day, everything changed. Kelemvor began acting like a proper death god, sent messengers to the Batazu, asking to renew former ties with us, and the rest is history. No one knows what caused the change for sure. Some say his love for Mistra died, and the last shreds of humanity died with it. Others propose he was disciplined by Ao for not doing his job properly. That one. I'm not really one for speculation. I'm just glad the proper business returned. Right. So what kind of contracts are there? Oh, there's 2 main varieties, but by the way, you notice how much dialogue here? This is another excellent example of a dialogue boss right here. There are 2 main varieties, but nearly limitless variations of the 2. The first is known as the Pact Certain. It's a simple and binding agreement wherein a mortal offers up his soul, and the Batazu specifies what will be given for it. The other type of contract is known as the Pact Insidious. It is composed of a list of lesser favors a mortal can receive if specific acts are performed. So that would be the type Ferris signed, right? Exactly. I'd offered him a Pact Certain initially, but he shied away when the topic of his soul was brought up. Quite a shame, really. It would have kept things much simpler. Right. How do you get out of a contract? Well, you don't. Contracts are binding agreements, and they are enforced harshly. Harshly? Yeah, one possible punishment involves sending a pack of infernal hounds to tear the Oathbreaker to shreds, and his remains scattered to the winds. From there, the measures only get worse. There's no way out of one, right? Not if the contract was well written. Huh. So if there was a flaw, the mortal could get out of it. I suppose so. And that's it? There's no other way out? Well, I suppose if the Batazu in question were to inadvertently break the stipulation of the contract, it would become null and void. The same would happen if the Batazu broke any of our laws in carrying out the contract. Interesting. I was wondering if you'd tell me about Batazu law. Well, aren't you the inquisitive one? Sad to say, it's far too complex for a mortal to possibly understand in a single lifetime of study. Of course, of course. Could you please at least give me a brief explanation of how it works, at least as it relates to us mere mortals? You may as well ask for an ocean to be served to you as a thimble, but I will try. Batazu, God, I hate that word. Devil law is based on the concept of volition. Mortals are our property by divine decree, so long as they willingly give themselves to us. But there are rules. Always there's rules. Under no circumstances is the devil allowed to coerce a mortal into signing a contract. The same applies to the fulfillment, in whole or in part. So if a devil were to force a mortal to complete a condition in a contract, that would make it null and void? Why, yes, I suppose it would. Yep, no, we're good here. What's this guy's thing say? I actually forgot to examine him earlier. The man paces nervously across the room, muttering to himself and aiming the occasional outburst at the creature across the room from him. From his dress, he appears to be a wizard with a circle of arcane symbols, entrapping the nearby creature, enforcing that impression. There's a random picture of a guy in armor. Yeah, so... The contract says you had to fulfill all their conditions to lose your soul for the favors, right? Well, that's just it. I've never fulfilled all the conditions. I performed a few, but not all. Why don't we go over these individually, other than the fact that you didn't kill someone deliberately? Of course, we must be thorough. Alright, so inflicting pain on a helpless creature. Yes, I cast a minor cantrip at Ithias' rabbit familiar. How it ran! Did you receive the powerful magic item for this? Well, if you can call it that. Next morning, I discovered a tome of infernal spells at the foot of my bed. I can't even read infernal. Alright, when did you do this? How was the first condition I fulfilled? It sounded the most harmless. Right. What about the second favor? Performing a mischievous act. Yeah, I made one of Ithias' potions explode in his face when he presented it to Galvin. He'd been bragging about the potion for a week. Served him right. And did you receive an increased skill in one area of endeavor? Actually, yes. The following week, I started to notice a change in my potion making. I began to come as naturally as it began to come to me more naturally. Pretty soon, I had surpassed Ithias. Master Galvin even complimented me one day on a fine potion I made. Wow, and it only cost your soul. Yeah, it only cost me my... Oh, that's right. What am I going to do? Calm down. I'm sorry. So, when did you fulfill this condition? Shortly after the first, maybe a day or two later. Okay, what about, the third required you cast an evil spell. No, I didn't. That's it. Ha, that's my way out. Ha. Do you hear that, Enziber? I never cast an evil spell, so your contract is nothing but a scrap paper. Master Forrest, you do recall that summoning to me to answer your questions the day Master Ithias discovered us talking, don't you? Well, yes, because your other favors all vanished, you cheat. And do you realize that summoning a denizen of the Nine Hells would be considered evil in most circles? Correct? Well, when it... Yeah. Oh, gods, I did cast an evil spell. I'm doomed! Doomed! In the distance we hear, Doomy doom doom. Doomy doom doom. Okay. Did you ever receive this wish of limited power? A wish? No, I didn't. That means I have a wish left. Wish for a pile of money so that we can buy our way out of this. I wish I'd never signed that contract. Yeah, that didn't work. I must have used the wish at some point. I think I know when he used the wish, but we'll get back to that. So, when did you fulfill that? I finished this one third, about a year after the first two. Right. So, the fourth favor required you grievously wound someone. That should probably sound familiar. Yeah, I suppose Ithias and the whole acid bath thing would account for that one. You're right. Did you become more intelligent, as it says? Yes, I noticed immediately that things became easier to put together and understand. Not that it helped, seeing as how I spent that moment onward running for my life. And when was that fulfilled? I suppose this one was fifth, however long it was between summoning the Enziber. Right. What about the fifth favor? Killing someone. I never killed anyone. Did you become more powerful? I might be difficult to believe, but I wasn't always the fearsome wizard you see before you. A few 10 days ago, I was an eager but inexperienced apprentice. Which means you received the reward. So who did you kill? No one, honest. I've never even seen a dead body, thanks be to Kellenvor. What about Ithias? You did say you hurt him pretty badly. He might have died of those wounds. Impossible. I checked him myself before fleeing. And while the acid probably left a lasting mark, or 10, the wounds were not mortal. Well, I certainly didn't kill him, although what happened was rather odd. One moment he was advancing on me while casting a spell, and the next he was gone. Really? Did you cast a spell at him? No, I was too scared. It would have done any good anyways. He would have swept any spell I knew away with a wave of his hand. All I did was cringe and wish he'd go away. I mean, I didn't say out loud, I wish my master would go away, but I did think it over and over at the time. Right. Wish of limited power. Oh, you're right. Oh, gods, I did it. I'm responsible for my master's death. Galvin had friends, powerful friends. Oh, God. Did you wish for his death? No. Interesting. Anyways, more questions. Actually, I think that is it. Save. Hello again, my friend. Always a pleasure. What would you like to discuss now? Your contract is null and void. Forrest isn't dead yet. How observant of you. And this affects the contract now? You can't take his soul while he's alive, can you? I agree completely. I guess I'll just have to wait till he dies, as I had planned all along. Good, I'm glad you... Wait, that didn't help my case, did I? Nope. That's the dumbest possible line of questioning. Why would you say that? You can't take his soul until he's dead. Yeah, I know. What kind of thing is that? Why is that even an option? Okay, let's try this again. Favors and conditions. What kind of conditions? See, I know what I want to ask him, but I'm not actually seeing the option here. So obviously I'm missing it. Okay, this is just the same things I've already covered. I already know all this. Yep, moving on. Alright, null and void. Okay, you broke the law. Oh, you think so, do you? Then regale me with the tale of how I managed to break laws I know by heart and whose existence you learned of minutes ago. You forced Ferris into completing his part of the contract. Yes, we're still a sorcerer, Hourglass. How did Galban die again? If Ferris wished him dead, I was only too happy to oblige, and he cast the disintegrate spell myself. But Ferris didn't wish for him dead. Of course he did. He wished that his master would go away, not that he would die. You were the one who decided to interpret that wish for his death. Let's suppose for a moment you're correct. What does it matter? The wish was made, and here we are. Because by interpreting his wish in that manner, you forced him to fulfill the condition of the last favor. Don't be silly. Nobody forced him... Wait. I said wait. Let me think for a moment. There's no way around it. The law's been broken. Your contract's worthless. Damn you, mortal. I will not forget this. Good. Make sure you remember the smile on my face right now, too. I want to look up at your lifeless little eyes and wave, just like this. Can you do that for me, Mr. Morden? You're welcome, moron. He broke the law by making you complete one of the conditions of the contract. You're welcome. Now, stop being stupid forever. It's a rule now. At this point, we've pissed off, what, 4 devils? Now, unfortunately, because I accidentally overwrote a save, we can't show you the third one, so whatever. Wee, awful Lorerunner. Worst Lorerunner. Hashtag terrible at his job. Hashtag gross. God, Merkel, what is with... Right. Hi, Armin. The man is deathly pale. Even his eyes are drained of what color of even his eyes are drained of what once may have been of more vibrant hue. Colorless, too, is his demeanor. His face is without age, yet wrinkles mark the stern outline of a brow too often furrowed. When he looks at you, however, you can't catch glimpses beyond his stoic visage. Anger, sadness, regret, despair. Yeah, no kidding, Dakota.
That black portal before us. It is not something native to our world, or even the realm of dreams.
It began here. I stood at the betrayer's side, at my brother's side. They were gathered around us, celestials, dragons, mortals, both alive and dead. Did the room expand to hold such a host, or is my memory too small?
You're Ahriman.
I was not always a red wizard. The last time I laid eyes on that door, I was nothing but a younger brother, the shadow of a better and wiser man. We stand before the Betrayer's Gate, a door that should not be. Rest your eyes upon its edges and its grooves. Watch them carefully, and you can sense the wrongness. Death and life flow together in that simple slab of rock. Pass through it, and you will see the place of final judgment.
So, you mean the Few Plane, the City of Judgment?
Yes, the Grey City, and its wall of screaming souls. Passage to that forlorn realm is granted only by death. But this gate provides another way, a forbidden way. A way that my brother opened with his silver blade.
This is a good time to mention that most beings actually can't go to the Few Plane. And a few of them can do so, but it's more difficult than most other planes. That's because, as I've described many times before, the Few Plane is basically the... what's it called? Purgatory. In other words, it's the place you go to immediately after dying, before you are selected, judged, and sorted to where you should actually go.
I swear to you, if I could take it back, if I could make him see...
Sophia? No. Wait, it only seems to be her. But so close. So...
You? Make him see? Ahriman, you flitting shadow. You are nothing but a leaf born by a great storm.
You're not Sophia, are you?
Ahriman, why do you hunt me? You would destroy everything your brother strove for, render his sacrifice meaningless.
Not to destroy, to set things right. How could I choose my brother over my god?
I don't know, I'd probably choose my brother or my god like 10 times out of 10, but that's just me speaking. Assuming I had a god, obviously.
Yes, I was a feeble, flitting thing when I passed through that door. I was born by my brother's storm, but I learned from his folly. He set mortal love above the gods, so he paid the price.
I mean, again, in Faerun? Or Faerun, if you prefer. These deities can go burn as far as I'm concerned, but I'm getting off topic.
And we paid with him, you and I.
Be cautious. I think choosing one over the other will lead to bloodshed in this dream.
So, the betrayer would have wanted you kept safe?
He wanted nothing more. All he did, all he suffered, was for love.
And Ahriman, you hunted this woman because your god commands it.
Yes, I faltered once for love of my brother, but the lesson of the crusade and of my brother's suffering has reforged my will and my faith. Understand this, I cannot betray my god again.
But it's a different god now. How does that work, by the way? You ever wonder that? Ah, yes, I pray to Merkel. I pray to Merkel. I pray to Cyric? I pray to Kelemvor? Huh? That does sound a lot like a geese, yeah. You cannot ask a man to forsake his god. The order of the plains must be respected. And mortals are weak, insignificant things that deserve to suffer for eternity for being, having brains and refusing to worship people. Anyways, let's see. There is no greater ideal than love. Let the gods fume and rant. Mortals must follow their hearts.
Love may care for itself in its own way, ideal or not. But anything that makes pretender gods fume and rant warms my heart.
Spoken like the betrayer himself. Always selfish. Always believing that his dreams were grander. That his loves were stronger and not to be denied. And she is selfish too. She sows suffering in love's name. Let the heavens fall and roast in the pits of hell. If love was served by such as this, she would care not.
Oh, God. Alright, you got this, Gan? It's okay. The Red Wizards are chickens. They're chickens, it's cool, we got this! Kill the chickens! I love that spell so much. Like, Hellball is actually kind of disappointing, but the foul spell is amazing. Oh, hi. Well, when Sanctuary one's out, I'll be right here ready for you, buddy. Shouldn't have broke your Sanctuary. I mean, I would say yes, kill Morgan, but again, remember, the deities are, in my opinion, not gods. They're just a step up. Just, you know, but still. They're not absolute. They're not all-powerful. They don't have the ability to overwhelmingly do everything. They can be destroyed. They can lose their jobs. They can diminish. They can cessate. And love overcomes, as it always must. And that is all, and the exit to the Coven is revealed again, but the meaning of this dream eludes me. I'm sure it's nothing. Let's take a quick settle. In the dream. I want to go to sleep in the dream, GM. Blong! Let's do that really quick. And then this. I will, Corrales, don't worry. I will. Okay. Ah, here we go. There's the other two. Yay! Let's go talk to the human bard. You hear music and the sounds of people talking and laughing. But there is only Durler. Ah, newcomer, welcome, sir. Come to play Hells, have you? Yes, Hells. It's an entirely original game of my own creation, I am proud to say. Didn't you read the sign on the door? This, sir, is the Lonely Wrench. Wench. Excuse me. Ironic name, if you ask me. No women are allowed in here. Why are women not allowed in here? What, aren't you new in town? Wenches aren't allowed in order to keep the hags out. Hags. Yes, hags. Horrible witches, ugly as Avernus, but they can disguise themselves. That's how they got that farmer Brody. Poor sot thought he was going home with a buxom wench. He's luckier than most, though, because he actually returned alive. Well, Brody never talked much about it. He came back short one toe with a chunk of his thigh bitten off. All he said was, thank gods my manhood is too small and I taste like compost. Okay. You mentioned playing Hells? Yes, sir, Hells. It's an entirely original game. Alright, fine. I'm listening to the rules. Hells is a game of deduction, sir, inspired by the 9 Hells of Beator. Avernus, Dis, actually, I think, Minaros, Phlegos, Stygia, Malboge, Maladomini, Kanya, and Nessus. I will think 4 Hells, and you, sir, will have 9 guesses to determine which ones I have in mind. If you get one of the Hells correct in incorrect order, you have a devil. If you get all of them incorrect, but in the wrong order, you have a demon. Hell sounds similar to another game. Impossible, sir! I am a notorious gambler, and I have traveled Faerun far and wide. Hells is something new and innovative. There's nothing else like it. Yes, there is. No, there isn't. No, it isn't. Yes, it is. No, it isn't. Durga glares at you, stubbornly refusing to repeat himself. Could you repeat that? I am not going to repeat myself. I never repeat myself. Can you give me an example? Certainly, sir. If the first hell I had in mind was Nessus, and you guessed Nessus first, you would have 1 devil. And if I had Nessus in mind first and you chose Nessus second, you would have 1 demon. That sounds similar to another game. Alright. I have no cares for wealth. I can see above imagining some into being some... Wait, I can see about imagining some into being for you to play with, though. For you, simply concentrate on the game. I'll do the rest. You can conjure gold. In dreaming, yes, at least in tricks, but such gold will not last once you're awake, so spend what you need now. You cannot take it with you. Tell you the truth, sir, I've been breaking even for the longest time, so I cannot afford to make a large bet. Alright. A large amount. Let's see here. Nessus, Phlegdos. I have 2 devils, but my other were completely wrong. No demons here. You have 8 guesses remaining. Yeah, this is definitely a completely unheard of thing. I don't even remember if there's a benefit to winning this. God damn it, I actually did it in the wrong order. I won! Yay, my losses are beginning to make me nervous, sir. Yay, I have 4,000 gold. Woo! Sure, let's play. Skip the rules. I wager a small amount. Oh, that was your last guess. Haha! I'm a little low on gold now. I'm sure I can win it back, though. You know what? Hang on.
You have need of...
Let's play Hells. I already know the rules. Excellent, sir. I'll explain the rules. Listen closely, because I'll not ever repeat myself. What'd you just say? I said I won't repeat. Oh, nice one, sir. You almost tricked me into repeating myself. Now, where were we? Right. By the way... Oh, whatever. Yes, I've played it before. That's not... It's possible you've played some similar game. It was not Durler's Hells, but you just won the game of Hells against me. Sir, you are quite the jester, but come now. We both know you've never played Hells. Okay. I'll wager a medium amount. This is the weirdest puzzle. Notice his terminology changes completely the more he wins. Like, he gets far more confident and far more sure of himself. Hello. Let's play Hells. Yes, I know how to play. I'll wager a large amount. He actually starts saying "mwahaha" at this point. It's hilarious. Well, it was a pleasure taking your money. I wish you good fortune, since I'm walking away with yours. Ah, this guy. Those who die without committing themselves to any god are judged faithless and imprisoned within a living wall. Which is that? There it is, guys. We've been talking about it literally since the first day we started streaming Neverwinter Nights 1. The Wall of the Faithless. Puh. I have no jokes here. I hate this thing. I hate this thing. This is the worst thing in fiction, and there are so many awful things in fiction. So there's Bishop. You remember Bishop, right? Yeah, I don't want to picture this thing with today's graphics. Remember, what this is supposed to represent is body after body after body that has been shoved together alongside a faintly sickly green mold, and the bodies are very, very slowly being absorbed and condensed into the rest of the wall. Oh, and they're always screaming. You know why they're screaming? Because it hurts at every level. This is literally gradually disintegrating the soul and the body and the mind pretty much all at the same time. The air is thick with screams. They give rise like a symphony. I'm so glad they didn't actually have the screams here. I don't think I could deal with that. They give rise like a symphony under a dead gray sky, each note a shriek of rage, a plea of mercy, or a moan of despair. Lorerun? The sound of your name is hoarse and distant, but it cuts through the din of voices, coming from a twisted but familiar form that lies embedded in the wall, just ahead. I'll make this statement one more time. I don't think anyone, for any reason, deserves to be in this wall. There are some things that are too far. Bishop deserves to die, and to cessate even, but not this.
The man you knew as Bishop lies encased in a quivering greenish mold. His limbs are twisted at odd angles, as if they are broken. His face, frozen in a grimace of pain, barely clears the surface of the wall, like the face of a drowning man gasping for air. His eyes meet yours, and you realize that all the color has drained from his hair and his flesh. One of his eyes is completely white and bulging.
This can't be right. You turned against Garius and fled. You survived. Or, I killed you, Bishop. I saw you die. We can choose how this went.
So you did.
By the way, different voice actor.
Threw in with the losing side. Gloat if you like. I would. If the tables were turned.
Who is this one? He speaks as if he knows you.
Have you assembled a new circus of capering beasts? Does the pretty hag Spawn sing for his supper? Or does he dance as well?
As an aside, I like the original voice actor better. But then again, we'll bring up the voice acting woes again later on, so... Gon is a trusted friend, more so than you ever were.
And I dance and sing quite well, I would add.
More trusted than the man who opened the gates of your keep to a horde of undead? You should treasure that compliment, Hag Spawn. It is clearly heartfelt.
At once, the wall shudders, convulses. The twisted figures trapped within cry out as one as the entire wall shifts. Limbs shudder, bones crack, and the greenish mold expands, covering faces, eyes, and mouths. The smirk leaves Bishop's face, replaced for one naked moment by wide-eyed fear.
Can you hear it? In the screams. Underneath the screams. The reason you're here. They all know.
Some of it, yeah, Dakota. Remixed, or re-edited, I should say. So, I'm sorry, what?
They've been here longer. Decades. Centuries. The wall's hunger takes some more quickly than others, and some hold on. Pointlessly, staving off oblivion. Battling for every moment. They're infected with hope, waiting for the crusade to return.
This place is familiar for some reason.
Bishop's one good eye loses focus. It seems to look through you, beyond you. The screams and cries of the other souls become quieter, as if they are suddenly listening to his words.
It ended here. This wall. It hungers. It drains everything away.
You are not Bishop.
For a moment, Bishop's eyes seems to clear. He looks at you, takes in your face, as if for the first time.
You. I saw you. Here. I saw you in the wall.
In the wall.
No. It was someone else. You're a mask. Nothing but a mask.
The wall shudders again, and you hear a sickening crack as Bishop is drawn further back into the wall. Green mold rushes in to cover his face and bursts forth from his mouth in a noxious plume.
He's seen you. The god of the dead. They're coming.
Again, the god of the dead. There is some game being played here, with ancient rules.
They're coming.
Oh my gosh, it's... I don't know what. Oh, it's a devil. Hi. And a pit fiend, too. Hello. At least this is something far more sensible than the wall. A giant on-fire demon, or devil. Say hi to Mephasm when you see him.
Speaking falsely. but I think it may benefit us to examine the section of wall where your friend used to be.
The noxious green mold has closed over Bishop's face and head. One of his hands still protrudes from the wall, contorted around an object that lies half buried in the mold. You dig into the mold around Bishop's hand. The surface is soft, feathery, like moss, but underneath it becomes firm, with hidden barbed edges capable of tearing flesh or holding it fast. At last, the object comes free. It is a piece of a mask, pale and maggot gray. It drinks in the light, as if hungering, but reflects none.
This is a rare thing. A fragment of a mask, but it can exist outside the dreaming. I do not know if it is good to take or not. I have never taken something from the dreaming into the waking world before. I have never been strong enough.
It's worth noting we're probably not actually dreaming right now, if you didn't catch on to that. And I agree, Takoida, completely. If we didn't actually get a piece of the mask right here, this would have gone very differently for us. Oh, there's the Illithid. Let's just kill the Illithid really quick. Hi. I'm here to kill you. By far the easiest one if you just want to rush through this. And he's dead. I mean, Illithid's dying is always a good thing. I don't know, Dakota. I know that there's quite a few permutations on how you can complete Mask, so... Stop snoring so loudly. Jesus, turn over!
A change has come over the Chamber of Dreamers. The hideous forms of the Coven are solid now, and whispers fill the room. Hundreds of whispers, resolving themselves slowly into a single voice, which prickles like a swarm of ants inside your skull.
Speak.
You are the slumbering Coven, the ones who have slept beneath Rashomon.
Yes.
The slayers of my father, the warden of my mother, and the ones who punished her never to sleep, never to dream.
Yes.
Why? She did not attack you. She did not...
She broke our law, Spawn. Law. The one you travel with. He is the product of such broken laws as are you. Transgressions must be punished, or they are repeated.
I agree. And that is why we are here to punish you.
No. Not unless you want this place to unravel around you. To see all dreams, all the chambers of this city flooded and gone.
Yeah, I'm down with that.
To do so would kill you as well. And much farther do we think you have to travel.
I mean, really, I think we can survive this. Go on, Gan, you have something else in your mind, don't you?
My father. What did you do to him?
Dead and gone by our law.
Yeah.
As her mother gave in to her appetites, so was she forced to devour her own mate. In the manner of all hags, piece by piece, leaving just enough alive to scream.
By your law, you say? Then all I wish is that the same justice be brought upon you, and that you feel its self-same mercy.
You have questions, Spirit Eater? Ask them.
Yeah, how do I kill you in the face? Also, covens are usually 3, not 9.
By weaving together the strands of our dreams. The longer we sleep, the stronger our web. And we take dreams from other minds, adding them to our own. From the dreams of mortals, we salvage much. Visions and hopes and memories. We take these things and gather them here, before mortal minds can forget them.
Uh-huh. Which line of thought, Dakota? I'm sorry. 2 women came before you not long ago. You gave them advice to do with me.
Yes, the white twin and the red.
white twin was Lena. The red twin was Nephris.
Okay. What do they want from me?
Nothing from you. They sought to end your affliction, to spare you from your suffering.
The whispers seem to draw back from your mind, separating themselves into many different voices. For a few moments, they echo back and forth across the chamber, as if conspiring amongst themselves. Then, abruptly, they resolve again into one.
I was about to say, Harriet.
Dreams, not words. Telling is cumbersome. We will show you what you wish to know.
I was about to say, Harriet, I think I know my own Twitch channel, but thank you. Honestly, I'm not sure, Takoida. There's a lot of rules can't be broken thing. I mean, we just had a whole thing about that with the devil a bit ago. And there's a lot of that built into a lot of aspects of the nature of the realms. I would say that probably goes back even further. I'm pretty sure AO is the source of that, if we really want to cut that down. But, at the same time, considering this place in particular has been so afflicted by the curse, which itself is a byproduct of that line of reasoning, it's not an out-of-bounds thought.
Out of thin air step two women, one garbed in white, the other in red. You realize at once that you are seeing a dream, a memory, something that occurred here in the past.
See us, hags of the coven, and know us for what we are.
Oh.
We beseech your wisdom and bear gifts of dreams to trade. Dreams of a sort even you have never seen.
We have heard tales of you in the dreams of the living, and reflected in the dying minds of those who perished in our sanctum. Your dreams are a treasure, unique in our horde, like worlds seen through different facets of the same ancient stone. Your question resounds across the infinity of your dreams, but in this place, you must ask it aloud. Speak.
We would know how to end the affliction, the curse that the Rashemi call the Spirit Eater. We have searched so long, Sisters of the Coven.
Tell us how to end the hunger. How can the Eater of Souls be granted peace?
Even in the dream, the whispering of the hag seems to pause, growing quiet for a long moment, as if in reverence or uncertainty. Then...
That affliction is a punishment, meted out by one who once reigned as God of the dead. He alone knows its beginnings, and he alone might bring about its end.
You speak of Merkel, but he is dead.
We seek an answer, not a riddle. That God of the dead has passed beyond thought or dream. He has been slain and his throne usurped. His knowledge is lost.
Not lost. Merkel is a corpse, but his thoughts and dreams remain. Marooned now inside the rotting hulk of his mind. He dreams endlessly of old enemies come to grief and ancient slights avenged. As long as he is remembered and feared by mortals, even if they are pitiful and few, his dreaming will persist and his mind shall endure.
Then we must speak to a dead god?
It can be done. That is all we would know, Sisters of the Coven. Thank you.
Then this curse is the result of one of your gods? How many gods of the dead do you people have?
Your people? The gods of the dead watch you, Dan of Dreams. All their laws, all their punishments will fall on you as well. And if you do not believe in them, then one of their harshest laws shall be inflicted upon you, to lie within the wall of the faithless until you dissolve as a fading dream. So keep your defiance if you must, but it will not last when death comes for you, dream thing.
So, How do I find a fallen god?
The Red Twin knew, or thought she did. We saw this much in her dreams. But she has returned to Thay, to her academy. A horror of dreamless voids and fractured souls. The White Twin, Liana, kept portals in her secret room, in the shadow of her theater. One of them is open only to those who know where it leads. Beg passage from her Keeper of Doors, and he will open the way. Beyond that portal lies the Academy, and your answers. But we care not what you do, Spirit Eater. We have spoken enough. You have troubled our dream too long.
Right, right. I really want to kill you. So I'm going to.
Yes. Bring their dreaming to an end. Show them the pain of the waking world.
If you end our dream, all that it contains is lost. Imagine the dreams of 1,000 souls, the knowledge of wizards and kings centuries dead, the hopes and loves of men and women and beasts, all contained within our unending dream. Such a trove as has never been assembled, here or anywhere across the plains. This you would destroy for your own selfish whim?
Funnily enough, Dakota already summarized my argument here. Let me make this very clear. This is one of the easiest dilemma choices I've ever made in an Obsidian game, or any kind of game like this. Because you have all this knowledge, and you're hoarding it. Most people don't even know this treasure trove exists. Remember, it had to be explained to us when we got here. You're not doing anything with it yourselves. You're not sharing it with others. Imagine, if you will, for a moment, that there were Nazis. Just straight up evil Nazis who are like, wahaha, killing puppies, right? And while they're killing puppies, they also are keeping a giant library of like all the collected works of fiction from all of life, right? But it's all in this giant vault, and they're not letting anyone else see it or touch it or even know it exists. So my choices here are kill them, which destroys the vault, or don't, which makes sure that the vault is still over there in the vault. What? This is your dilemma? I mean, really? It is not an easy choice. I think I'm actually past the point, Django, where I can keep talking to them. Hi, Colgrim. It's not an easy choice, but who else will see justice served for Gan's mother and father?
So be it. My spirits are ready to fight with us. To their second deaths, if need be.
You have not the power nor the will, stupid, arrogant thing. How many hundreds have tried to usurp our place, but we took their power and absorbed their dreams.
This one does not stand alone, but with me. I am no novice to the unraveling of the dreams and ambitions of others. Together, you will not find us easy prey.
So...
the presence within you stirs as you concentrate upon it, willing the hunger to come forth. It rises like a dark, shapeless thing, always ravenous, groping blindly for food. As the hunger fills you up, you can sense the powerful minds of the hags. They are gorged with memories and dreams, swollen like bloated worms. Your power surges forth. The hags try to maintain their grip upon sleep, upon the dream, but they cannot, without risking their very souls. Screaming in fury, they wake, one by one, and their precious dream dissolves into a million whirling threads.
It's up.
Hi. Welcome to the Waking World. I'm level 30 in the Waking World. So, I've been saving this spell for this exact moment. Actually, hang on. There it is. Okay, hang on. Actually, cancel. Okay, hang on. Back down to her. protection from alignment, protection from evil on me. Quickly now, quickly, before they all die. There we go. Okay, now do it. So, there's the Balor. Have fun. Balor's like, yeah, I'm barely injured. What do you want from me? Yeah, exactly. Let's get the popcorn. All I have is my nuts here. Yep. Come on. There we go. Oh, are they dead? You know the best part? And the thing that appeals to me the most? I wish I could talk to them and be like, the reason I am destroying everything that you've always had for years upon years, centuries of knowledge and information in your own personal pile of power is because you forced one woman to kill one man. I want you to know that as you die. Ever pathetic, ever fools. Well, in lore, the way that a gate spell is supposed to work is actually pretty simple. It calls forth a large-scale demon, or devil, excuse me, and it's like, roar! And the protection from evil basically is part of the clause that means it cannot immediately turn on you. The general idea is it's not actually supposed to join your party. It's the kind of thing you're supposed to cast and then run away. You know what I mean? In the games, it's usually just treated as you get another pet, which isn't how that's actually supposed to work. Because again, we didn't actually make any contract, and it has no reason to follow us or, pay attention to us. So, yeah, it is basically a bomb. Why would they kill anyone? Well, that's a good question. I've always assumed they were just a little bit pissed, being summoned against their will, suddenly in another place, death to everything, You know how they are. I was gonna say, I think so, honestly, Django, but how do I get out of here? Oh, there it is. I see it now. God. Could not see the door. I was looking for it. Couldn't see the damn thing. See, the thing is, and this is just my thoughts on the matter, it would actually make a lot more sense if we summoned a demon rather than a devil. Because it's temporary. Even in the lore, it's temporary. So it should be like, bwong, leave, or, stay back. And the demon just goes, ah, blah, 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 and then goes away after so many rounds. That would be funny as hell, Enigma. Actually, in all honesty, I think Django's right. So after these guys finish dying... Oh, for God's sakes. You know, one thing that irritates me, in a very minor way, all of the mobs at this point drop hundreds and thousands of gold, which makes no sense at all. I mean, lore-wise. Obviously, from a gameplay perspective, you need massive amounts of gold, and you have a relatively small area in which to procure said gold. But lore-wise, how the hell? Oh my god, guys, come on. Thank you. Now come here. Come on. Come on.
All who can hear.
Guess we'll level up really quick while we're here. No. Actually, yeah, let's go and do that.
Yes.
Hello, Kaylin. Dead level.
You have need of me?
I mean, he melees, but I don't know how proper it is. Alright, so let's talk to everyone. Let's get a little distance so the camera doesn't weird out.
Gulkosh is gone. And I feel loss. All that time wasted in judging her for something she had not done. She did the exact opposite of what I had believed all my life. Felt the exact opposite. She loved me and loved my father.
Wild, isn't it?
How much of such dreams and hopes are left unsaid between others? And how many could be saved or healed by such knowledge? If I am ever to love, I will speak of it. This is my promise. The first vow I have ever made.
I'm also pretty sure that this is when the romance option with Gan opens up.
And if I am loved in return, then it shall only be the first vow of many.
Vroom, vroom, vroom.
Of course. Ask what you will, and I will do my best to answer.
So since we're going there next, can you tell me about the Thaymount?
Very little. Few spirits live there, and ones that scout too close do not return. It is shrouded in mystery, like much of the territories enfolded by the robes of red wizards.
Okay. Thanks for the info.
You are a tenacious little creature. In the face of your hunger, most would show their bellies, but you push ahead. You remind me of a wolverine, standing your ground, perhaps without hope, against threats larger than you can comprehend.
Hey, watch it, bub. But, thank you.
You're quite welcome, little one. Now, if we don't keep moving, you'll never be rid of your curse.
I agree. Crispin Freeman was excellent for Gan.
So the Coven urges us on to Merkel by taking the Thaymount Road. This journey has many branches, but I sense we are closing on our destination. We should travel to the Thaymount soon. Your power grows, and so does your hunger.
Yeah.
I am sorry. I am telling you things of which you are already aware. You spoke to me for some reason other than to hear your own thoughts reflected, so please, if you have questions, ask.
Yeah. Why are you so awesome, Kaylin? Is it because you're one of the only Celestials, or Planers, I should say, who actually has the balls to go against the deities?
Gladly. If I have the answer, it is yours.
I guess that's it.
Masked witches, eldritch hags, and a red wizard traveling alongside. I'm beginning to think you gave yourself this curse to meet exotic arcane women.
No, I agree. For some reason, we are going to be doing the woods, if I can. If I can't, I'm going to be a little upset, because that's going to be a pain to fix. But I only devour spirits for you, my dear. I am not flirting with her.
Yes, well, be careful. Magical women make for dangerous mates.
That could be solved with ale.
Clearly your parents taught you nothing about courting women.
Actually, I'm an orphan.
Oh, I didn't know. I'm sorry for your loss.
It's okay. I've made peace with it. It was terrible. They were killed by demonic cutlery.
A demonic... What? And I thought I had struck a nerve. You are impossible sometimes.
I really am an orphan. It's just not a fact that bothers me. I can still hear their screams. I warned them the Butter Knight was possessed with the horrors of 1,000 hells, but they didn't listen.
Just ate with your hands because you were an uncultured barbarian. Listen to us, bantering like lazy students. I've been meaning to ask you. I realize that dreams are a rather personal subject. However, if you're willing, I'd like to hear about the dreams you had with the Coven. What were the dreams about?
I saw an old companion trapped in a wall of doomed souls.
A wall of souls. Who was this companion of yours?
You're hesitating. What do you know about the wall?
I have dreams, nightmares, really, of that wall. There's a sensation of being stretched, and an unending scream, one long composite scream of men, women, children. I don't know what to tell you, other than it haunts me. I don't know exactly what it is, or why I dream about it, or why you saw it too. I'd rather just talk about some other aspect of your dream.
I just want to tell you guys right now that my headcanon is after we do certain things in this campaign, we destroy the goddamned wall. And I'm saying that way very deliberately for once.
You are most welcome. So, as for the rest of what you saw in the dream?
Yeah, you heard that children part, right? I've talked before about how children are a debatable thing, because there's no hard rules for that. Well, obviously some children are either old enough or judged enough to be faithless. Children. Tell me again how the wall should keep existing. By all means. I've heard some whoppers in my time, so it'll be amusing.
Interesting. This reinforces Leanna's part in the puzzle, even if it provides no answers. What happened in this dream?
I was taking part of the betrayer before Merkel apprehended me.
Merkel. The old god of the dead. Kellenborn now rules in his place.
Exactly, Carwillis. And that's when... yes, there was a demi-lich. A demi-lich. God, we haven't even really talked about demi-liches. Demi-liches are... How do I phrase this? They're much worse than regular liches. Much worse. A demi-lich, this is not a joke, can worse than kill you by looking at you. We'll talk about them a bit later. So there's a demi-lich, a dragon, and a celestial told me they would await my return at the opening of a door.
That's a curious trio. Those are three creatures that rarely get along. I wonder if they were images of actual beasts or figurative symbols.
And then they attacked me.
Thespians can be so disagreeable. I wonder if their attacks were part of the play or due to your acting.
That's all I remember about that part.
What were the dreams about?
There was a wizard in red. She looked like you, and Ahriman was there.
Really? Was she me? Did she recognize you? Call herself Safiya? And what was Ahriman doing there?
I didn't catch the woman's name, but she spoke to me as if she knew me well.
Oh, well, did you two... I mean, she spoke to you in a familiar fashion, but you didn't get her name?
Don't worry, it wasn't that kind of dream.
Oh, of course it wasn't. I mean, obviously not. I mean, it's fine if it was, but... You know what I mean. The only person I know who looks anything like me is, well, my mother. What would she be doing in your dream?
Well, she implied Ahriman was hunting her.
That sounds oddly fitting. If you were dreaming of my mother, Ahriman wants her... dead.
Araman spoke to me as if I was his brother.
What? Brothers? How could you be related to that murdering... Of course, it was merely a dream.
And I've never murdered anyone.
There is often no connection between slumbering thought and waking reality.
So he was waiting by a gate, said it was where he stood by someone called the Betrayer, whose name was Akachi. I mean, I don't know that part.
That epithet. Betrayer. I know I've heard that before, but I can't place the memory.
That's all I remember.
What were the dreams about?
That's all I remember.
Thank you for sharing all of that. I was curious about what you saw. It seems my mother and Araman are both part of this puzzle, though I can't imagine how or why. Still, we will likely find some answers at the academy.
Yeah, but we're going to the forest first. So, you know. To the forest, to the forest. La 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 la. Is this the line? Are you the line? I know why you're here. Why does it matter for you to be first in line when the Coven will see no one? So what did you see the Coven about? That's my business. Why would I tell you? Because I'm asking nicely. I can tell you're genuinely ignorant rather than trying to offend, so I'll tell you this. Knowledge is power. Knowledge that people exist is power. I doubt you have any, but should you ever have knowledge, never share it without exacting a cost greater than the value of the knowledge. Right. So I'm just going to kill all of you, if that's cool with you guys. Is everyone cool with that? Let's see what an empowered sunburst does here. That's not evil. He was a lich. An evil lich. Who was here to see them. Although, actually, what I was hoping for, and I'm a little weirded out I didn't get an option for it, was to say, yeah, they're dead. They're dead. I killed them. The Coven's gone. So, bye. But instead, I'll just have to satisfy myself with killing a lich. We all know there can only be one king of liches. That's not true, Dakota. I gave him a chance to, you know, convince me before I killed him. He didn't convince me. Now, I think we may need to kill Mega Mike in order to cover our tracks. I love this. We're killing the guards, and they're just like, what? Did you finish killing them? Oh my god. Oku, stop blocking doorways with your mass. Yeah, by the way, you can convince/kill your way in, or you can go in the back way. I did actually know that, and I do prefer the back way. What are you fighting back here? No, whatever. Something that's dead. Hello, Wilrar. Alright. Hello, you bring money, yes? Gawatha like money. You take a bribe? How refreshing. Most flirt with the subject of bribery. This one just asks bluntly. I can almost respect that. I wouldn't bribe him, but we could buy something he detests. Which would perhaps be everyone's benefit. Yeah, who is the human child? Him Kibop. Dumb boy. Gawatha feed him, keep him living. Kibop slave until we trade him, make profit. Gawatha trade him from Archmage who say he's special child, worth much. we bring him to Coven to know how he's special and how Gawatha make profit. But line not move in long time. Ah, Kebab has a less flattering translation. Let us say, dog that eats its own excrement is the most polite translation. I imagine the boy is treated a little better than his nickname. You like kebab? I trade you 30,000 gold. I hope it does what it's supposed to, comma, and I hope it doesn't hurt too much, period. I'm sorry you have to go through this, period. Phone hugs, exclamation mark. Today's officially Loremum's first day of doing physical therapy. So, just to be clear, I can kill him and spare the kid, right? Like, I don't have to buy the kid. You can actually appraise check there. That's hilarious. But yeah, no, child slavery. Slavery in general is a no. You guys know me. So... release him or I'll kill you. You anger? I not understand. You want fight? Yeah. Yeah, that works for me. I'm with you, even though the boy's freedom... Even though if we bought the boy's freedom, this wicked creature would only get more slaves to replace him. You got this one, Oku. Okay, so he is okay. I wonder what a giant chicken would look like. Hello? Hello? Hey, kid. Where'd you go? Where'd you go? Where's the kid? Where's the kid? And then we took the child and raised him right and gave him a good home. Back at Crossword Keep. Seriously, though, is he supposed to despawn like that? That doesn't make any sense. He was not hostile when I looked. Oh, God, my latest quick save is way back there. No, that's the ogre's corpse. Yeah, but I have friendly fire turned off. He was blue. I even checked in the middle of battle. You probably saw me do that. Anyway, so we sent the kid back to Crossword Keep, and he is taken care of and raised right, and he's awesome for the rest of his life at the end. Hag spawn have way too much health, by the way. I have to watch my own VOD of this section to see what the heck happened to the kid. It's gonna bug me now. Whatever. Hey, we can kill this Illithid now. If he just straight despawned, then yeah, I'm just gonna headcanon, since apparently the game is just gonna not allow me to free him normally, that we freed the kid and took care of him. Like decent people. I mean, I joke about a lot of things, but that's not on the menu. Now to kill the Genasi. Oh, well, he's dead. That was quick. Everyone up. Everyone up. Come on. Where's Fentamy? Hang on, where is that? Where's Fentamy? Oh, well, whatever. Oh, there he is. Hey! Ah. You've returned and the earth element is destroyed. You sound surprised. Oh, no, of course not. You were in there longer than I expected. I assumed the worst. Since you've survived, here's your reward. 100,000 gold. Now, if you'll excuse me, I must return to my home plane to complete preparations for my new arrival. We may meet again, but I doubt it. Unfortunately, I can't take the money values as writ law on this one because they don't necessarily, you know, I don't feel like they're all lore in keeping in lore, keeping in logic. Like I said, there's enemies that drop thousands of gold, for God's sakes. Whee. Okay, so our next step is going to be going ahead and heading to the forest, which I believe means going over here. After we take a brief stop off to make sure that the kid has a nice place to stay. Nice place to stay. Here's 50 gold. Give him a nice room. We'll give him some spending money. We'll get someone to take care of him. It'll be cool. We're going to take care of him. Yeah, you mentioned that, period. Is it already scheduled? Question mark. She still has to go in for surgery. It's intended for him to despawn. Really? Whatever. What happens if you buy the kid? Because I've actually never done that. For reasons that should be self-apparent. And if you don't understand the reasons, those would be starting with the words "buy the kid," and then you just take those words, and that's the reason. We are going to go ahead and do something here, and that's called chopping off the local recording.